So a couple of minutes and we start. Okay, good morning. We start our second session of this final conference of the Pacino project. I'm very honored to moderate this session. We have a very high-level panel for discussing innovation policies in the Adriatic area. I'm Claudio Cozza. I'm a researcher of the Pacino project. And I will present now at the beginning of this session some of the results, research results of our project. After me, we will have, as I said, very high-level speakers. We have Dr. Sheppels of the high-level group of Innovation Policy Management that will present some insights on the importance of governance for innovation. We will have Alex Gnamus from the European Commission, JRC, IPTS, talking about the role of smart specialization strategies and macro-regional strategies. We will have Mario Cervantes from the OECD, talking about fostering innovation at universities and public research centers. We will have then also in the discussion at the end of this session, Amar Mirasja, sorry for the pronunciation, head of the Science Department, Ministry of Civil Affairs, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Unfortunately, we don't have Danica Ramljak that had to miss this last minute, unfortunately, our session. And we will have Emilio Urbinati instead of Carlo Casadei from the province of Rimini presenting results from another project funded as well from the IPA Adriatic program that is Smartino. So I promise not to be long. We will deliver a lot of results in our project, so it was hard to decide what to present and what not to present in this session, but I will try to be short and clear and not too boring, especially. So I will present the main research achievements of our project, especially with a focus on policy recommendations. Probably yesterday you've seen some of the activities of Pacino, especially with a focus on technology transfer offices. And after our session today, we will have other results concerning, for instance, the activities of startups in our region. Besides these activities, in the work package I was a leader in, we studied 3 main topics and adapted also activities from other work packages. We studied the micro and meso foundations of innovation, we studied the innovation systems and the innovation policies in the Adriatic region, and we also developed some policy recommendations about this region, and I will present them afterwards. These were the activities. Of course, we also have practical results. So, as you can see in the USB key that you have been given, all of you, we delivered, among other results, a report on the survey we launched on innovation within SMEs and firms in the Adriatic region. It's kind of innovation survey adapted to our 8 countries. We have 2 reports concerning multi-level analysis and case studies of Adriatic innovative companies. And we also, and I do some kind of advertising, also because it edited by myself and 2 colleagues, a book synthesizing some of the project results with contributions from all countries, all our partners. So they are delivered today. Some are printed, some are in the USB stick, but of course you can look at them in the Pacino website. Beside the Pacino website, we have another website that concerns, and was already anticipated yesterday by Professor Tracogna, who is the project coordinator, this online tool that we call the Adriatic Innovation Map, that is a mapping system of the innovativeness of our 8 countries. So you could look at a set of more than 30 indicators for all the 8 countries. And the main aim was to fill in this informative gap, because as we have seen yesterday, there was a hole basically in half of our Adriatic countries if you go to the Eurostat website, but also some of the tools provided by the JRC, like the Research and Innovation Observatory, both in terms of innovation indicators and innovation policies. So we had this hole in the map, and we decided to fill in. So this is how the website looks like. You could choose the indicator you prefer, both in absolute and in relative values, and you have a comprehensive mapping of these innovation indicators for our countries. So please go and have a look when you have time. And if there are problems, communicate, because maybe sometimes some things don't work, and we will hopefully continuously update and improve this set of indicators. We didn't map only innovation indicators, so not only numbers. So another task was to have a comprehensive knowledge about the innovation policies in the Adriatic region. And also for policies, and I go back again to the JRC activity, there is a gap. Because in the past activities of EraWatch, there was more coverage also of our region, while in the current Research and Innovation Observatory, we don't have 4 of our 8 countries covered. So we decided to look for innovation policies that are ongoing or, just finished in the Adriatic regions, in all the countries of the region. But before doing that, we had to use a taxonomy. There are several taxonomies. If you look for innovation policies on the web, you have a lot of different categories and categorizations of policies. So we realized that in some cases, these taxonomies regard very advanced countries, or they are very complex because it comes from research of top scholars. So we decided to go for an easier, a simpler taxonomy that could be comprehensive and adaptable to all our 8 countries. And as we have seen yesterday, there is a high degree of heterogeneity in our region. So it was needed to adapt this taxonomy. So not to be long, but we ended up with this kind of policy taxonomy. So we identified 4 main content of possible contents of an innovation policy. So, as usual, there are R&D, research policies, policies targeting more human resources, policies regarding collaboration, and a bit broader category of policies regarding innovation capabilities. Then using one important research output of scholars, we decided to divide direct versus indirect policies. This is the typical example comes from research and development, where you can either give money directly to firms to make them do more research with grants because they present projects, ideas, and they receive funds from, for instance, from the commission to perform research, or you employ indirect measures, and typically it is the tax credit example. So if you increase of a certain extent your research activity, you pay less taxes. So the efforts that you put in research activities is compensated by less taxes in a certain way. So we realized that this was not only the case of R&D, but for all our policies, we could apply this distinction, direct versus indirect measures. How we did this mapping? Mostly with desk research and with a set of interviews with experts. Also, these expert interviews have been very different because of course, in some countries, you can easily get to the highest level, to the ministry level, for instance. In other countries, it was more difficult. In some cases, it regarded ongoing policies, so it's easier to talk about ongoing policies, while in other cases, it was from the policies from the past, so maybe the responsible of that policies was not in charge anymore. There is also a national versus subnational distinction, because in some countries the subnational level is very relevant for innovation policies. In other countries, this is not the case. And of course, in some cases we could get access to more information, in some cases to less information. So for instance, we were looking for the exact amount of money set for an innovation policy, or the exact number of beneficiaries of a policy, and not always it was possible to have this information. But anyway, we ended up with this, I don't know if it is a nice picture, but I mean this picture. So you have on the columns the 8 possible categories, so the 4 contents, and each of them have direct versus indirect measure. And we were just very simply measuring the relative share of these policies after labeling all of them. And what is, besides the value of itself, for the discussion today, it is nice to highlight that, I don't know if you can see, that for all the Adriatic area, and basically for all the single countries, maybe apart from Italy, but it's a particular case, the most relevant innovation policies was the support, the direct support to collaboration. And we were quite happy of these results because being a trans-academic cooperation project, so we were very happy to see that what we are is exactly the main effort that is done by Adriatic countries in terms of fostering innovation. But this has some problems, because in the expert interviews, we received comments of some limitations on the ongoing innovation policies. So we were asking for best practices, maybe we were asking about the positive side of innovation policies, and we received a lot of complaints, a lot of problems rising from these interviews. Especially we could identify 3 core topics regarding innovation policies. There are topics, but also problems. So, I mean, by chance, they all start with the C, so it is a 3C slide. The first one, and also this was highlighted yesterday in at least a couple of presentations, in the Adriatic region, especially in some countries, there is a lack of critical mass in innovation competencies and capabilities. There is a high relevance and limitations, again, of national and international collaboration in innovation. And another issue regards the continuity of innovation policies. So let's go one by one. Critical mass of innovation competencies. What does it mean? This means that there is still a poor industrial and technological structure in many of our countries. Again, this was highlighted yesterday. This critical mass that is lacking is both quantitative, number of researchers, amount of R&D spent in the country, and so on, but also qualitative. So again, for instance, share of researchers on total employees in innovation activities. And also, there is a lack of statistics on this topic. We also found some best practices. I'm just mentioning a couple of them here, but maybe we can come back on this in our discussion. For instance, the novel a tool for funding innovative startups in Italy that was launched by the Ministry of Economic Development has been perceived as a best practices, but also all the cases of innovation agencies in the area, in other countries, that have been also adopted by other countries is a positive way to foster critical mass of innovation competencies. And so, since we deal with the recommendations, we ended up with these recommendations. So, in general, to increase the critical mass, we simply need more support to human resources. And this should be both before and after entering the job market. So, as a policy tool, but I'm looking forward to seeing your comments about that, a policy tool could be dedicate some cross-border funds, for instance, the Interreg funds we already discussed yesterday, to support some Adriatic programs that could be joint PhDs, joint postdocs in the area, or the Adriatic vocational training, so to support the continuous learning also after the end of a research period. The second point is the collaboration in innovation, where we saw that there is still low collaboration within the Adriatic countries. So while we have a lot of support in terms of policies, there is slightly better scientific collaboration. This means publications, and also Professor Tacogna yesterday showed this, a bit less in terms of innovation collaboration, typically with patents. And so the idea is to foster the existing collaboration. And I project a slide that is slightly different from the one that, I mean, the first column is exactly the same that was presented yesterday on the share of co-patents and co-publications within the area. So where there are at least 2 authors or inventors of the same area, so, but from 2 different countries. And I also wanted to double check if this was the case with top countries. So if we have also collaboration with top countries, and we have, I mean, a selection of top patenting and publishing countries, both advanced countries and the so-called BRICS. And as you can see, while there is a lot of up and down in terms of co-patenting, both within the area and with top countries, there is a clearer pattern of co-publication. Of course, it is easier to co-publish. We have cases, not only the book, I advertise it again, but also in papers. So within the Pacino project, we manage to write papers together with colleagues of other countries or the other partners. Of course, it's easier to co-publish. Co-patenting is a bit more difficult. But so, which is the recommendation, is to promote, let's say, a shift, an upgrade from the purely scientific research collaboration to a more innovative industrial collaboration. We know it is difficult, so to launch a recommendation, I was trying to be very cautious. I mean, not to be too provocative also, but maybe one tool could be, especially in some sectors, to reserve some funds for partners that already collaborate in publication. So they co-publish, and eventually, if they are able to shift to industrial innovation, to present, for instance, an applied innovation project together with an industrial partner, so for us, this is an extension of the existing research networks instead of having two separate networks, a scientific one and an industrial innovation one. But I'm looking forward to your critics at the end of the session. The third point that came from different desk research and expert interviews regards the continuity of innovation policies. And we really had a lot of feedbacks from experts regarding the fact that in many cases, innovation policies are launched and then they are interrupted. So, for instance, experts from Albania, Croatia, and Serbia were complaining about the fact that there are a lot of modifications in innovation policies after each political change. Again, this is obvious, but it is a problem for the continuity of R&D. I mean, especially for R&D that has a long-term, that is a long-term activity, so needs more time. An expert from Bosnia and Herzegovina was also highlighting that in many cases beneficiaries are supported for 1 year only. And again, coming from Italy, we know that over the last 8 years, the R&D tax scheme was changed or also adapted 5 times. So firms also need continuity in the tools that they are working with. And also there is a high administrative burden and bureaucracy in all of our countries. So to overcome this, again, I go a bit quicker now because I'm running out of time, we ask for more continuity in innovation policies to policymakers, maybe starting with very practical things like the harmonization of basic aspects like the administrative forms. So we have several funds with very different administrative procedures to apply for these funds. And also across time. So every 2 years, maybe it changes the regulation and also changes the administrative procedure to apply for it. Let's go for some concluding remarks. We have seen also yesterday in the first presentation by Professor Tacogna about the high heterogeneity of our countries, of the Adriatic region. So this ranges from size and GDP to geopolitical changes and, of course, economic and knowledge structures. And so as a general remark, we should choose and ask policymakers to choose the most appropriate benchmarks and the strategies to exploit the competitive advantages of each country and of the area as a whole. This goes back to a bit of blah, 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 but we have to stress because this is reality. And how to do that? For instance, integrating all the innovation policies that we discussed in a broader industrial policy, with industrial policy mix. I'm sorry that Dr. Ramliak is absent today because she was presenting exactly something on the policy mix. This integration should be grounded on the specificities of individual countries. And again, the harmonization of macro-regional strategies and smart specialization strategy. That is, so one is at the macro-regional and the other at the subnational level that Dr. Gnamos will present just after my presentation. And as a final remark, we should think to go beyond the pure technological innovation and target more innovation, inclusion, and social equity, because without these, maybe we don't have enough tools, also with the policy tools, to get to economic growth and economic development as a whole. Thank you. So I'm sitting there now. Stefan, can come here. So I leave the floor to Stefan Scheppels.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Professor Tracogna and his team for this cornerstone project, which I believe is an example for other trans-Europe regional European innovation projects, and which I sincerely hope will be the first cornerstone of an Adriatic innovation process. Because, my dear Professor Tracogna, this cannot be an end. This is just a beginning, as Dr. Kotza also rightly indicated. You have now to extract value out of this for the whole region. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you a question? Do you think you can run Windows 10 on an electronic typewriter? You don't. So why do we assume that we can run the digital economy with government systems dating from the time of the electronic typewriter? That, unfortunately, is a widespread attitude in Europe today. My group was established to try to do something about it. It's not easy. The last modernization of government structure and methods dates from the 1930s to cope with the Great Depression and its consequences. If you want to take a bit more optimistic view, the last systemic modernization dates in Europe from the 1950s, with the establishment of the European Union, Economic Community as it was called, introducing a multi-layered governance system. That is 60 years ago. So how does this work? This is really the challenge we face. We do not have a shortage of research or funding or entrepreneurship. The differences in innovation rankings are not in the first place explained by these factors, but by differences in public governance structures and functionings. Why otherwise would the Baltic countries have today a GDP per capita which is significantly higher than the Eastern Adriatic countries, even though they started with the same transformation challenges at about the same time? This is the question we have to address. Innovation is not a linear industrial type process. Innovation is managing complexity, is managing a whole set of framework conditions is creating stimulation for research and enterprise, not to develop patents and publications, but to move into the market. As yesterday a speaker rightly said, innovation happens in society. That's when you have innovation, only when it reaches the lives of the people. You had innovation at the moment an old woman in the mountains of Albania had telephone. Today, the question is, does she have internet access? Then innovation has been achieved at a particular point. So we need to take a different approach to research and innovation than we have done. And we need to look at a number of different methods to achieve it. Governments, since Roman times, have had three functions: regulating the market, coaching society, and most importantly, capital allocation. Capital allocation between different economic sectors, investment in market infrastructures, of which research and education is the most important, and in social stability. Countries with a high Gini coefficient, that is, high inequality gaps, are socially less stable. There is a very clear correlation between the top 10 innovation-ranked countries in the world and the Gini coefficient on equality inequality. So this is what we should not forget when we look at the long-term goals of innovation. This is also why I will try to drop some ideas for the future of Pacino. Today, we are driven by a VUCA world. I suppose you know what it stands for. Our world is volatile, is uncertain, is complex, and is ambiguous. Complexity doesn't mean the same as complication. A watch is complicated, but we can exactly see how it works. Complexity has an element of uncertainty, has an element of unknown systemic interdependencies. The so-called butterfly effect. Nokia was once the jewel in the Finnish industrial crown. In a few years' time, it disappeared because they didn't spot in time butterflies, technology changes in Korea and the US. The same is true for all our countries. We need like a permanent global scan of what's happening. The Finns learned a lesson, by the way. They have now innovation diplomats in key embassies around the world. South Asia and North America and a few European countries. And their transparent objective is to look at research and innovation. They also look at researchers and encourage the brain drain to Finland. To do this, we need what was called in the 1990s a central mind of governance. It's a concept developed by Professor Droor of Jerusalem University and was very popular in these days in the European Union and in several member states. It's still valid in my view. The central mind of governance is the central think tank or a network of think tanks of research to ensure evidence-based policy making. It is a basic instrument of foresight analysis, and it leads to implement properly the second step in objective policy making, to implement the OECD guidelines on impact assessment. How many governments implement them? Not even half of the European Union member states do. But those who do, strangely, all are above average GDP per capita. Another indication that poor governance leads to poor results for the people. We need, therefore, foresight and the strategic sensitivity. Long-term planning is really out of date if an iPhone changes every 3 years. Before a regulation in Brussels is made, it is technologically obsolete today. And the Commission indeed is looking at new methods of governing this, and they have experimented with a few in sectors like the automobile sector. We need new type of government leadership. Most of our politicians, however young they are intellectually outdated. They may be very clever, but they are forced to operate in traditional hierarchical authoritarian systems which do no longer work. Business already has long left Taylorist management. Governments still base government system on a legalistic, bureaucratic, Taylor-inspired management system, which does not work. It's usually too slow and too ambitious. We need something different, and I admit no one has yet the answer. Most advanced thinking you find, again, at OECD, but we haven't yet many answers. But you see again that the countries in the top 10 innovation ranking have also invested in government innovation and have taken courageous steps towards new forms of governance, whereby the government and the ministers are no longer, these grand authoritarian people who will say in the name of being democratically elected what has to happen. No, they move to collaborative methods of governance. They move to being a conductor of the orchestra. And a third thing we need is resource fluidity. We've seen the consequences of the lack of it in the European refugee and immigrant crisis. Exactly at the moment that more people were needed in that one department and more resources had to move, bureaucratic structures prevented this from happening. So a lot of officials were going on holiday, while others were overworked and couldn't cope anymore. So this is just a few parts of the analysis. Now, what are my recommendations for the Adriatic region and for the Pacino project to think about? One must start thinking more holistically at the total set of framework conditions, and then you understand immediately that no single ministry, not even all ministries together, can do that. How on earth can they determine economic policy when they do not even have through foresight, central mind of governance, and impact assessment, the input of the latest research developments, which will feed into business and into markets. But that line of development is not used properly as an input in policy making. The European Union is now trying to change this, and at the recent Competitiveness Council, a really important decision was taken that the Commission should in future focus on future technology-neutral regulation to leave open the space for doing that, but at the same time that this is decided in one part of the system, another part of the system continues in the old ways. So we're still not there. You need to quantify the regulatory burdens. I beg to differ with the chair about harmonization of administrative procedures. Do we need them, is the first question. And if we need them, we need to digitalize them. This is very important for the Adriatic region. Not to innovate in the rear mirror, because by the time the region will have catched up, the others will have moved on, and the gap will remain in GDP per capita. You really need to leapfrog and to look at how do the most innovative countries do this. In your example of administrative procedure, your case to look at is Estonia, the most digitalized government today in Europe. That's what needs to be done. And you understand that universities, researchers have in all this a key role, whether in the central mind of governance, which is by definition multidisciplinary, where A and B sciences must meet to understand the complexities of a continuously changing world, you need research input. You need a change of this linear thinking, which I spoke about. Another issue to look at is innovation deals. The Dutch government has very good experience with it. Innovation deals are made between business, university, and the government. You don't get public funding in the Netherlands if the first paragraph of your research project doesn't explain what is the social use of it, the social economic use of it. And no better to do this than with a business partner. A small company, a large company, doesn't matter. But somebody who has the feeling understanding of the market. This system of innovation deals, which the Dutch originally used to green their economy, is now being enlarged in the EU. It's something which can be done in the Adriatic. Why not? Another recommendation I'd like to leave with you is, why don't you create the Adriatic equivalent of the European independent tripartite high-level group on innovation policy management? And I focus on the two first words. This group was launched by the presidency of the Competitiveness Council. And we got the nicest mandate I can remember in many years. It says, our task is to think outside the box. And the group is composed of business people from different innovative sectors, from energy to food, etc. Government and commission people, and so on. So this could be done. Further to develop innovation hubs, you have already this process, your economic strategy, and very important, vocational training. Innovation is not just something which happens with the most brilliant research minds. Innovation needs to move downwards, and therefore vocational training is very important. This, in my view, no better system than the Germans' system, which is co-financed by government and companies, and they both benefit from it. Finally, all the advanced countries do a regular scan on technology capabilities. You have done something like this in your project, but it goes further. And it is permanent, updated. Because what does it matter that you know it today, why tomorrow in Canada or South Korea or Singapore something new is developed? It's a permanent process of updating technological capabilities. Analysis of a competitive strength. None of the Adriatic countries, certainly at the eastern side, can specialize in all the sectors. So one needs to be selective. Not one, but 2 or 3. This is a difficult discussion. And final recommendation is one should stop in Europe to dream about Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a unique American concept which cannot be duplicated. Anyway, Europe has lost the race, the competitiveness race in IT hardware to Asia and in IT software to America. Our space is in between. Our space is in the use of digitalization. And when we talk use, we talk services. When we talk services, we talk new types of jobs. We talk education for new types of job. We talk vocational training, new methods, and so on. And this is my final point. In being selective and in being realistic, we should look, and in particular in countries which need to leapfrog, we should look at traditional sectors. There's great innovation potential in very traditional agro, food, fishery, forestry, tourism sectors, which we tend to overlook with our fascination on technology. We must look at applied technology. I do spend some time in Africa, and I actually see on the ground how applied technology is changing economic sectors in far more traditional societies and in far poorer economies than we have in Europe. So that too is a recommendation I like to leave with those who are now going to start working on the further success of Pacino. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Scheppers for this brilliant intervention and leave the floor to Alex Gnamos.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Buongiorno. So, first of all, many thanks to Professor Traconia and to my dear friend Claudio for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Based on actually the thesis of Dr. Scheppers on governance innovation in Europe, I would like to actually present a few sentences, a few issues on the role of smart specialization in supporting the innovation and growth in the EU macro regions and in the EU regions as such, because I firmly believe that actually the smart specialization is providing an answer to most, if not all, the proposed actions by innovation policy management high-level group, actually. So what actually is a smart specialization about? It's actually a fundamental mind shift in innovation policy making, and it's very important that it represents a new innovation-driven, market-oriented industrial policy. It's a place-based economic restructuring policy also, and it's certainly assuring continuity, which we actually observe in in your slides that was quite a lot of, in quite a lot of cases, problematized in some Adriatic countries, but it's also the common problem in many EU member states, especially in the Eastern Europe. So it's actually a dual concept in a way. It's a overall policy concept on smart specialization, but at the same time, it also has its applied branch of RIS3 strategies, actually, the smart specialization strategies, research and innovation strategies on smart specialization. So the concept actually promotes inclusive and sustainable growth. It's a place-based policy, very important. So you start from what you have in your region, in your local environment. And you, of course, valorize existing assets and local specificities. It mobilizes local economic players as the main actors of economic change, which is also very important. You start from where you what you have and where you are. And it's, of course, a very transparent selection of a few economic activities, so the stress is on a few, so you need to do a selection. Of course, those with a high transformative potential for the economy. So what is actually this kind of operative branch of it? The strategies, they are kind of national or regional because the decision is made by the member states themselves and whether to do it in the regional or national level, or agenda for economic transformation. So it coordinates financial and entrepreneurial resources to support the selected economic activities. And of course, it also, a very important part of it is to define the governance and monitoring mechanisms, and to introduce actually the systematic evaluation and monitoring in the policy making process. So the most important design principles for RIS3, so smart specialization strategies, is, of course, it needs to be based on a very sound analysis, so discovery of the socio-economic and innovation engines of regional growth and competitive advantages and of course of weaknesses. Then make choices, so it's a selected, limited set of priorities that you need to concentrate on. It actually based on stakeholder involvement, so very broad stakeholder involvement. Basically, we're talking about quadruple helix, so beside the typical triple helix of governance, government and industry and academia, also the broad public, so the society. It also entails the broad view of innovation, so not only high-tech innovation, but beside that also very important other innovations, which also Dr. Schäfer mentioned, so the social innovation, the process innovation, the services innovation, and so on. Really, really important. And it's often neglected by those who start drafting these strategies and organizing it. And then also, of course, as I mentioned, it needs to entail from the start the monitoring and evaluation process in order to have the feedback loop. So our smart specialization platform, actually together with some academics, actually made in 2012 the RIS3 guide. So this guide is, of course, available on our website. It's also, we could actually even shift the printed copies if you would like to. So it's a certainly kind of Bible of smart specialization, let's say. So certainly the basis for everything, for the smart specialization thinking. So what is actually a smart specialization is a state of mind. It's a fact-based, so it actually includes all assets and capabilities and also bottlenecks in a region or country. It includes also external perspective, cooperation potential, global value chains, and so on, so really important. Then, of course, it's a very dynamic bottom-up entrepreneurial discovery process. I mentioned it includes all forms of innovation, and it has an ecosystem approach that also Dr. Schäfer actually mentioned. And as far as specialization, it's actually, in a way, also not strictly specialization, it's also about differentiation, no? On the focus on competitive advantages. It's concentration of resources, of course, because there are never enough resources. It works on synergies across different departments, so really kind of cross-sectorial policy making, so it avoids silos thinking of different ministries, institutions that kind of work only for themselves. And it's, of course, as I mentioned before, also place-based economic transformation policy. So the approach, actually, smart specialization, it is very critical and very crucial to realize that it's not a neutral policy. So it's actually a policy where, you know, the policymakers need to make choices, need to prioritize some things, and by that, by prioritizing some things, you actually deprioritize and reject how to say, deprioritize some other things. So it actually requires by default policymakers to take risks that are associated with the selection of this very limited number of activities to support. So very important thing is that actually there is the interactive process of knowledge exchange and creation through this so-called entrepreneur discovery process is a central point in this. So let's see a little bit what is actually this entrepreneur discovery process. It is basically based on 4 fundamental principles. So the first one is that entrepreneur sectors in a broad sense are of course considered, so it's not strictly just the companies and entrepreneurs, but it's also all the actors that are potentially holding some type of entrepreneurial knowledge. So they could be of course businesses, but also research institution and public administration, because they also they also have some knowledge on the entrepreneur activities. It's also, as I mentioned, interactive process where different actors can meet. So it's very important that this kind of open democratic space actually is created where actually everybody is looking for synergies and complementarities and explore kind of experimental ideas. It's really important to have this kind of place. It's also important to have a shielded environment where the actors can disclose information, because otherwise they would not be open towards the exchange of ideas and actually some important information. And it's a very important, it's a non-hierarchical process. So the stakeholders in this process are on the same foot with the administration, and actually even the companies among themselves. I mean, there's no reason why, for example, a multinational company would have more voice than some very innovative small and medium enterprise. So it's so of course the public authority would at the end prioritize activities would have critical mass, which was also mentioned actually right now. They show commitment of stakeholders and entrepreneurs also, and are suitable to realize the strategic goals to meet the needs and challenges of the local economy and society. So it's a sustainable policy cycle with creating permanent stakeholder fora, network of institutional stakeholder relationships, and integration of monitoring systems. So why has been actually introduced in the EU? It has been actually discussed way before. So actually already Commissioner Potočnik 2 commissions back was actually discussing this idea with a special group of academics in the Knowledge for Growth group, and it was actually considered as a kind of very important impetus for the research and innovation policies. However, they have figured out that actually research policy in the EU is not where the Commission has a lot of powers, because the research is still basically at the national level. So they kind of figure out that it would have much more impact if it would be somehow connected to a bit more powerful EU policy. And certainly one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful policies, is the cohesion policy of the EU. So it was actually finally introduced as ex-ante conditionality to a national or regional smart specialization strategies as a kind of ex-ante conditionality for the use of the structural funds, so the so-called ESIF, so European Structural Investment Funds, for the period of 2014-2020. You can see here basically on the map how is divided, and actually the majority of the funding is going to the less developed countries, basically new EU member states, with some exceptions in the West, so the Wales, most of Portugal and Extremadura in Spain. So, but of course, also the other regions and countries are getting some, but are getting, of course, proportionally less. So now a little bit about the smart specialization platform where I'm coming from. We have a very broad membership. We have 177 regions and 20 countries as members. This also includes actually the non-EU countries. So we have actually Serbia and also Vojvodina as a part of Serbia separately registered as a region, and also Moldova. We have recently got signal that Ukraine wants to register, and we are of course at this point also inviting countries like Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Montenegro, and so on, that are Adriatic countries, that they would register. I'll tell you later why it is useful. And of course the registration is certainly free of charge, so it's a very simple thing. One email needed from somebody in the government, in the managing authority that's dealing with innovation in a way, but also with the EU funding. So We are actually organizing a lot of different things. So we have developed comprehensive guidance tools. So the RIS3 guide that I mentioned, digital agenda toolbox, implementation handbook, so smart specialization implementation handbook, and so on. So we do a lot of publications because we are, last but not least, we are research. We are actually the Commission service providing the evidence-based information for the policy making in EU. And then we of course developed a lot of smart specialization supporting tools, which I will be mentioning because I think that they are important. There's actually 7 or 8 slides on that, but I think it's important for you to realize, because part of the things that you want to do, the information is actually available. You just need to, it's available online, it's a free tool. You just need to actually cover the countries that you're interested in and get some information out of it. So we have a strong endorsement because we organized about 200 events in the last 3-4 years. And these events are very, very different in nature. So some of them are discussing governance, policy mix, entrepreneurial discovery process, the role of science parks, the role of clusters in the policies, and so on and so on. And then some of them are also very specific on, we have recently developed also specific thematic platforms, for example, one on energy, on industrial modernization, on agri-food, and so on. So these things actually have very specific, of course, workshops tailor-made to its course. So we have also very high political endorsement at EU level. So from the commissioners, so Han, Cretu, then European Parliament, Committee of the Region, and Council also. So quite important to be part of it. Well, as I mentioned, I mean, we have actually developed the RIS3 guide, but also we have developed a specific streamlined, easy-to-use self-assessment tool for the regions who are in the process of preparing the smart specialization strategy to somehow assess themselves through the time and actually use it also in this kind of RIS3 peer review. So very important part of our events were this kind of peer review and mutual learning exercises, where actually we gather representatives of different regions and countries where they basically discuss the things among themselves and they actually make suggestions on policy move, on governance, on policy mix, and so on. So it's not that the Commission is preaching there, you should do this and that, but they actually, the practitioners themselves, they are exchanging opinions, and we found this extremely useful. And of course, the users find it extremely useful because they kept on coming. I mean, it needs to be said that we do not support them financially to come, and they still come like 6, 7, 8, 10 times the same regions are present in this kind of things because they're considering very important learning opportunity. And then very important thing is also that we are encoding the smart specialization priorities for the whole Europe. So I'll move on because I don't have much time. So the smart specialization community actually is created through partnership in the smart specialization platform. So actually the platform is actually serving as a kind of scaffolding structure for the support to all the stakeholders in Europe. So the process and challenges, the progress and challenges, most EU regions and countries have now started the implementation phase. But there are still, of course, some challenges ahead, especially with regard to the EU enlargement and neighborhood countries, because the S3 concept, so the smart specialization concept, is actually entering slowly but steadily into the EU enlargement policy, because it was believed that the process itself is helping a lot with regard to the transparency of policies, sustainable development, economic change, and so on, also of these neighborhood and candidate countries. So it's still important to actually develop models and share experiences on operationalize the entrepreneurial discovery process, which still seems to be a problem also in the EU member states. The interesting thing about policy impact is actually that just recently, I mean, the World Bank, Mr. Kuznetsov stated in a publication that the smart specialization program of the European Commission is currently the biggest experiment in innovation and industrial policy in the world, and possibly the biggest ever undertaken. So showing the importance of smart specialization for the overall development policy. So it's actually, I mean, we usually do in all our events kind of survey among the stakeholders, and they actually, it's here. I mean, I will skip this slide mostly, but the thing is that actually a large majority of them actually found that the smart specialization introduced very significant adaptations in their stakeholder involvement process and in their economic transformation. So showing the importance based from the stakeholders themselves. So what do we do for supporting the smart specialization cooperation, but also macro-regional per se? So I mentioned we have a lot of policy briefs, working papers, analysis, and so on. We do these transnational learning peer reviews and thematic workshop, but we also, of course, very targetedly support the macro-regional strategies. So far we have been supporting very extensively the Danube macro region, but we are now moving into the new regions. So the Adriatic, Ionian, the Alpine. Also, of course, we supported even before the Baltic Sea region strategy, but they did not need so much support as the Danube did. And then a little bit about our tools, which I mentioned before. I think it's really important that you realize those tools because they are also helping you with your activities. So the first one is actually the benchmarking tool. It's actually providing you the reference regions, so those regions that share similar structural conditions that are relevant for innovation-driven economic development. So it's a very simple tool. You actually introduce your region by name or code or whatever, and then you get 15 or 20 structurally most kind of resembling regions in Europe. Of course, you need to realize that it's only covering the EU. So unfortunately, many of your countries here are not covered, like Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and so on, because simply, this is also because it's based on about 40 indicators, economic, and there's a problem, of course, as you know, that there's simply no data. So it's not so simple as simply including the data, because you need to first find a very kind of appropriate comparative data for those countries. The next one is actually quite interesting also. It's an inter-regional trade and competition tool. Again, it covers most of the EU. It actually does not even cover the latest round of enlargement. So Bulgaria, Romania, and also Croatia are not covered. But it's a very interesting information because you can visualize on the maps and by the flows actually to the flows of export and import in between different regions and countries in the EU. A very important tool is actually IA33. So it's a tool that is mapping the smart specialization priorities in case of non-EU countries, which we also covered, like Ukraine, the Western Balkan countries, and so on. It's basically their research priorities from the research strategies. Unfortunately, this was the only information that we could find. But it's a very interesting thing because it actually covers the investments in the next 5-6 years in different research and innovation domains. So it's also, of course, being updated on a regular basis based on the changes of the documents and so on. There's also ESIF viewer, so this visualizing planned investment in European structural investment funds. And then a more specific tool that might also be of interest is on the planned investments on ICT. So there's another tool that's called Urban Data Platform that is very interesting because it goes from the local, from the city level and urban levels above. This one is at the moment still not publicly available because it's still under development, but it's going to be online shortly. And then there is this tool, which is Synergies tool, that is actually reporting on the performance within the FP7, and then later it's going to cover also Horizon 2020. But then on the other hand, it also covers the investments from the EU, from the structural funds, and also the basic data, GERD and so on, that you also have in coverage of your country. So very interesting because you can, in the same tool, see the 3 different sets of information on the investments. And then it's also, we are planning now the energy investment tool, which will be something similar, but on the innovation investments into the energy activities. Okay, that one I can skip. It's about our support to transnational cooperation in the Danube macro region, because we can maybe discuss, during the discussion we can mention what we have done, because there are certainly some countries that are in Adriatic but are also in the Danube macro region. We have also, since 2013, actively supporting the neighborhood countries. So there were some countries that are here among your targeted countries that were actually already receiving during 2013, 14, 15 some training and information on the smart specialization. The last one was actually just last week in Ukraine, specific training on innovation strategies for smart specialization. So the S3 goes, of course, beyond the EU. There's interest in Norway, Switzerland. All the EU candidate and neighborhood countries are interested. We have membership of Serbia, of some Turkey regions, of Moldova. Ukraine has interest. There's interest in Albania, in Montenegro, Morocco, and so on. And actually, we are targeting specifically 3 countries like Moldova, Ukraine, and Serbia in training specifically on the smart specialization. And we are actually considering given to supporting 1 expert per country to actually go into country to actually learn the problems and so on and give target support for those countries in the next year or 2. The way forward is actually we are facilitating the alignment of roadmaps within the EU macro-regional strategies in support of smart specialization. So this is very important. We can later, perhaps during the discussion, talk about it. We, of course, are planning further developing online tools to perhaps include some additional countries that are not there, but basically, of course, also on providing, on getting the useful statistical data where we could perhaps use your help and suggestions because you have dealt with some of those countries that are actually problematic. We are actually supporting those associated countries with focus on Ukraine, Serbia, and Moldova with awareness raising, the specific trainings that are actually also including the immersion stay in our premises, discussing with different colleagues that are running, for example, Stairway to Excellence project, lagging regions project, and specific platforms on smart specialization like the one on energy, on industrial modernization, and agro-food. And then, of course, we could support, actually even financially, the active participation in people from these countries to actually specific workshops that could be of their interest. As I mentioned, I mean, agro-food is probably, and also Dr. Schäfer mentioned that agriculture we should focus perhaps more because it is omnipresent in Europe and we are neglecting it a little bit. So there's no reason why, for example, somebody from Albania or other countries in the Adriatic region would not participate actively to this with our support. No? So we do surveys, analysis, and on policy and policy briefs, and actually there's a policy brief on the role of the smart specialization in the EU enlargement and neighborhood policy countries that is coming in next month. So probably that could be of interest also of some of your stakeholders. So I think this is shortly all of it. This is also our webpage. So please consult the webpage because there's a lot of very wealthy information that I couldn't present here because of the limitation of time. I'm, of course, available for any questions. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Namus. Now, Mario Cervantes from the OECD will present this fostering innovation at universities and public research centers. No, sopra.
No way. Yeah, it's fine. Do it the way you did it. It's fine. Okay. Yes. Okay, thanks. Good morning. Buongiorno. If you want to stand up and stretch, I think you had a lot of discussion. If you want to take a deep breath. I'm going to talk about universities. We're at a university here. Many of the speakers earlier talked about things like capacity building, changing the government, changing institutions, and I think we can start with universities. Universities are important for generating the knowledge that the companies need, that the functionaries that will go to government need to be trained. So this is where it happens. We are at ground zero. This is where companies come out of universities, entrepreneurs come out of universities. Research and great science is done at universities and social problems are solved. So this is really for you. I think this is then I'd like to talk about the role of universities in innovation. as the first speaker said, companies make innovations, but a lot of the knowledge that companies, the marketplace needs for innovation come from the universities. So there's a lot of interest now in governments and interest in how to encourage, how to incentivize the students, the faculty, the rectors at the universities to engage with the society, not just produce the scientific research, which you're paid to do, which you want to do, but also in terms of the community. There's social problems, there's aging populations in the region, there's water, those other issues. There's also business opportunities that the digitalization is offering everyone. So I think that is something we want to do. I want to talk also about the change in commercialization policies. I think there's been a lot of expectations, maybe high expectations, that universities will be commercializing their research, but maybe there's better ways to do it, so we can talk about that. I also want to talk about open science and open innovations. Some of you that maybe are very savvy with IT, are familiar with open source, but open science is about sharing and access to the scientific articles. Open innovation is also linking the different actors in the innovation process. And then some new directions, some conclusions for reflection for the panel. There's a lot of money being invested in R&D in companies and in the public sector. This is an index. And since the 80s, the amount of money in R&D has increased very strongly, both in the public and the private sector. Now, in the little broken line is the business spending on R&D. Business spending on R&D, and the solid line is the public R&D. So you see that during, for example, there's certain events that happened. There's the dot-com bubble from the 1990s, and you saw the business R&D going down, but the public maintaining its support for research. Even in the financial crisis, the companies stopped, lowered investments in R&D, but the public sector continued. But nowadays, the public sector is having some difficulties. We have slow growth in many OECD countries. We have low productivity. So the public budgets are under pressure. If we try to break it up by countries, some of the slides I just showed you, some countries are maintaining their public spending. So countries like Korea, Germany, Japan, Italy, and France are struggling. The spending for public support to R&D has been going down. And when we break up the public spending on research, governments support it two ways. One, by the national research centers like the CNR in Italy, and others through the universities. And we see that in most countries, most of the money is now going to the universities. So a lot of public money for research is going to universities. So a lot of expectations that this research will lead to innovation, will solve social problems. So again, universities are becoming the central point. But universities are very diverse. Some of them very much academic and have a universal ambition of teaching philosophy, humanities, science. Others are more focused on applied sciences, engineering schools. Some are more focused on a region, the local community. Some are competing globally. They want to attract the best professors. They want to be on the map, if you like. There's also extreme differences across subject and field. So I think this issue of diversity is very important. Now, there's a risk that sometimes some of the policies see the universities as one entity, one institution. And I think this is something that you would probably agree you have to defend this diversity. You see, as in Europe, you have a large number of types of higher education institutions. The universities being in the dark bar, and the pink one, the universities of applied sciences and other kinds of tertiary education institutions in the green. So I think Italy is very much divided between the universities and the other higher education institutions. Of course, this diversity is very much tied to the historical, cultural factors, the infrastructure, so this is very difficult to change. On the one hand, you have your history in Trieste with this university. You have famous scientists and writers that emerged from here. So you have a cultural heritage, but you also have to think about the future. And I think this is something that's a challenge in terms of the universities. One of the issues is also how to engage with the companies. And of course, we see that the government funding, as I said, is going down. So there's efforts to increase the amount of funding from charities, philanthropies, foundations, but also companies. But still, over time, when you look at the data, the company support for R&D in the universities is rather limited, around 10 to 15% in the best cases. In the case of Germany, for example, where we know a lot of the higher education institutions work very directly with companies. But there are some common trends. I think all the universities have experienced this massification, the increase of students. They've all affected by digitalization, online learning, international cooperation and competition as well, I think is another common challenge for universities. And also competition for funding, increasingly a challenge for the universities. And then the issue of the missions. Universities have an education mission, a research mission, but increasingly the other activities, the engagement, the innovation activities, increasingly a lot of governments are putting more policy pressure on the universities to go in this direction. So we've seen that the research funding becomes much more based on excellence, competitive research, less funding in terms of the block or institutional funding. There's also a more applied orientation, market orientation for some of the research, and this need to formalize the third mission. And one of the ways to formalize it is to promote this commercialization of transfer. I'm sure that Trieste has a TTO, I'm sure. So this is one of the main policy trends over the past 15 years has been to promote this function of the university. But again, just like I said, universities are different. Also, at the country level, as we saw from the other speakers, some country innovation system is more characterized by public labs. Like in the French system, it's quite mixed. You have a lot of government, the CNRS, a lot of the French government labs that do a lot of research jointly with universities. So you have some systems that are public research centers, others that are more university centered, others that are more company centered. So a lot of, for example, in Japan, a lot of the R&D is actually done by companies, not by the public sector. So I think this is an important element for policymakers. So who are the policymakers behind this commercialization? I think we have several levels of governance here. One, of course, being the ministries, the agencies that administer the funding, and then, of course, the universities themselves and the structures that they create to commercialize technology. And this is sort of a map of some of the main pieces of the framework that you need. Of course, some of the knowledge that is transferred from universities is maybe an invention, but a lot of it is not. There's many different ways of the knowledge is transferred. The best way is transferred through you, the students. That is where most of the knowledge from the university enters the economy as you go to work, as you continue further research. And I think that's also a very important element, and I'll come back to the role of students now in commercializing knowledge. So we have previously focused very much on intellectual property, patents, and licenses, but that's very limited share. In fact, some data show that that only 4%, in the UK, for example, of the relation between the academics in the university and the outside world happens in the form of intellectual property. Most of the other relations happen through conferences, lectures, consulting services that professors may do for companies. So there's a different way of thinking about the relationship with business. In fact, a lot of the problems that universities have experienced with commercialization are pretty much summarized in this example from Finland. Of course, oftentimes the TTO offices have very scarce resources. Oftentimes they're very inward-looking and not very much focused on the outside. The commercialization as an activity is not rewarded in the academic world. So you're rewarded if you're cited in Science and New England Journal School of Medicine, but you're not rewarded for patenting of these activities. It's difficult to identify which research findings can be used. Increasingly, because of the open science and open access, you're using open source, but in terms of engaging companies, they want propriety, they want control over the data and information. So that's another challenge. So what are the solutions? What are we seeing now in countries? I think that the legal framework is still important, and maybe even in some of the catching up countries, this is still a basic condition of clarifying who owns the IPR. Leadership and the vision, I think that's also important. In some universities, for example, in Denmark, the technical university has made commercialization a main objective of the university mission. You go on the website and it says education, research, and commercialization. That's very different from many universities where it's very much a low priority activity. So that leadership is very important. Financing and providing proof of concept. A lot of universities now support the on-campus activities through some financing prototyping tools. Tutoring and entrepreneurship in academic students. A lot of focus in the past was on the professor. Now the focus is more on the undergraduates, the master's students, and giving them a space. And some universities actually have warehouses where people can take 3D printers and create things and develop ideas. There are coaches to help you test some of your ideas. Also, the TTOs themselves have changed their management approach. They were previously very much administrative to the university, serving the scientific community, but now they've expanded more their mission on partnerships with the companies, providing consulting services. And they've also, some of them have been merged between universities, so maybe one university will handle the tech transfer for other higher education institutions nearby. So this is a kind of hub and spoke model. There's also new types of TTOs emerging. Private ones have emerged, partnerships. As I said, this is a for-profit technology transfer office in Denmark. There's also internet-based models that we see in North America. And what we call the free agency model is emerging. In the US, for example, if a researcher at Berkeley wants to commercialize some research but finds that it's the best place for this is probably another technology transfer office in another state. They try to take this to the other state and have it commercialized where the market is, where the other network technology is. And city-based, a lot of cities have become very engaged in entrepreneurship, and some countries like the UK and Korea, they have these innovation centers and they're working with universities on commercialization. Of course, and I think that's important because a lot of patents that universities produce actually just sit on the shelf. They're the sleeping patents. They cost money. So in many cases now, some universities are saying we want to license freely, we want to get the knowledge out, on a non-exclusive basis, and focusing specifically on SMEs. Another trend in commercialization is the education link. As I said, a lot of the focus was on trying to link the scientific people in the university with the companies, but now it's about linking the students with the companies. The place-based, practice-based learning, research training for the undergraduates, and education partnerships. We talk about business research partnerships for research, but education partnerships. So that brings me to the entrepreneurship. I think that's on campus. The entrepreneurial university is maybe a buzzword, but it means a change where the universities are actually practicing entrepreneurship through workshops and seminars and campus initiatives. And there's many examples around the world, in Finland, in the US. This is one example from Germany. This is their ecosystem for the entrepreneurial university at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, where the students are really important here, the mentoring, the coaching. My last point would be about open science. I think that this one, especially the open data, at a time of big data, some of you are doing some research, you're working with data. Managing this data, having access to it is becoming more important for research itself, but also for companies. Every time you use your phone, data is collected about you, about your behavior, your consumer behavior. And there's also both positive impacts in terms of science, but also in companies. In fact, in the US, when the White House made a legislation on access to the federally funded research results, it specifically focused on access by companies. So it's not just access by the scientists. Of course, not all scientific disciplines are very active in the open access at this point. It's more common in medicine, related to biotechnology industry and chemistry. Physics is very well advanced in the open science and open data. But in other fields, it's really a lack of awareness. And this is maybe an issue for the humanities and other fields where open science, their sharing can also have some potential benefits. There's still barriers around this issue, the open data, but I think it's important that universities develop a chief information officer, that they have data management plans, that they have incentives for the researchers to share data. There's a lot of barriers, but there's also a lot of solutions. So my conclusion, I think I'm out of time. I think the higher education institutions, universities, make a huge contribution to innovation, but the focus of policy has been very narrow on the commercialization. The indicators we use to benchmark has been very narrow, so we have to maybe revisit some of those issues. We also have to look at different channels for engaging with the society, the consulting, the contracts, the students, and all this in a very much a place-based dimension. I think that's something I didn't mention, but a lot of the issue is also around the territorial. We are a Trieste University, there's a Trieste industrial structure, so how can Trieste contribute to that? As I said, the leadership and the management at universities and making sure that the open science has a high priority. And institutional experimentation. I think, as Professor Stefan said, governments also have to innovate in the way they govern, but universities have to start becoming more innovative themselves. It's not just fostering innovation in the companies, but becoming innovative in the way they administer and manage and the way they teach. And I think that is one important way that we can move forward. More information on our work on universities and innovation from this website and my contact. Thank you very much. Grazie.
Thank you, my dear Cervantes. Now I ask Emilio Binati from province of Rimini to present some results of the Smartino project.
Good morning. I would like to thank Professor Tracogna and the Passino project for inviting me here. And I represent the province of Rimini, which is the lead partner of project Smartino. As it is Pacino, Smartino is a IPA Adriatic CBC 2007-2013 project, and I would say that this is a good example of cooperation between two projects with similar topic and within the same program. Smartino is the acronym of the Smart Network and Sustainable Innovation Cluster to increase RDI competitiveness of the SMEs in the Adriatic. So my presentation will be a little bit different from the presentations of my colleagues. I will be very short in order to give also time for the questions and answer section. The aims of the project are the fostering cooperation between stakeholders and policymakers to increase RDI capacity and creating mechanisms oriented to SMEs to support the RDI capacity, developing a smart and working system for monitoring and fostering research and innovation capacity in SMEs, bridging the gap between the Adriatic regions and the EU in terms of RDI investments and strengthen the regional cohesion within a Ionic Adriatic macro-region. Then these aims were implemented in a concrete way by developing some instruments. Okay, before I talk a bit about the partnership and budget, here there are some differences with the Passino project because our partnership is quite big, 18 partners from 8 Adriatic countries, so Italy, Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Greece, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia. Also, the partners are different actors from different fields. So we have regional authorities, chambers of commerce, innovation and technology transfer centers, regional development agencies, university with scientific innovation capacities, SME specialized in cluster organization, and an NGO focusing on EU regional cooperation for a budget of €5 million. About the results, so the 3 concrete instruments that we realized within our project. The first one is a web platform. It's a platform for the innovation of the Ionic Adriatic region. It is divided in 3 sections. The first one is the innovation ecosystem, the second is the talent and the courses section, and the third is the funds section. I will read very briefly the purpose of these 3 sections. The first one is a network of innovation SMEs and startups, science and technology parks, incubators, business support organizations, regional development agency, universities, clusters, co-working spaces, research centers, mentors, and consultants. So basically, it's a search engine. It's a database. The second section is talent and courses, and it's an e-recruitment platform that automatically matches a profile with the job seeker enterprises active in the Ionian Adriatic region that best fit the needs. And the third section about funds, it's useful information about innovative funding sources available, like crowdfunding opportunities, entrepreneurs, investors, matchmaking platforms, business angel networks, microcredit organization, opportunities provided by European Union, and much more. So here you have also the address of the web platform, and I suggest you to check it. The second result is the Association of Business Angels Network. It is during the project we developed a memorandum of understanding between some associations, national association of business angels, in order to realize after the ending of the project the network, the business angels network of Adriatic and the Ionian macro region. The purpose is to raise trust among business angels and analyze the opportunities for applying to EU funds. A third result is the transnational pilot projects. So each partner realized pilot projects within its territory, but in connection with the other territory that worked on the same pillar. The pillars were 4: cultural and creative industry, industry and advanced materials, research and innovation, blue growth, and sustainable tourism. Then I have also some example of projects in each pillar, but maybe we don't have enough time right now. Last result, dissemination events, 18 special events during the 2015 EU SME Week. I also would like to show you some results in Rimini. we realized two researches about the innovation in Rimini, survey about SMEs of our territory, and a separate research about innovation in tourism sector, which is the main sector in Rimini. The researches were realized by Istituto Cattaneo, which is a famous institution in Bologna. Mentoring in innovation processes within enterprises, we realized 30 checkups for the innovation of companies within the territory of Rimini. Laboratory course and seminar aimed at the creation of startups, so this result was focused on young entrepreneurs. Aiming to create new and innovative startups. Innovation Lab within Rimini Tourism Innovation Square. The Tourism Innovation Square is a co-working and fab lab space in Rimini, and within the project Smartino, the province of Rimini, funded all equipment about the Fab Lab, so 3D printers, laser cutters, and so on. And then Ecomondo 2015. Ecomondo is the main international fair about environment and waste treatment. And Smartino created a big event named Innovation Square within this international fair. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Rubinati for this brilliant and short presentation, but very concise with all the results of the Smartino project. I also would like to ask Amar Mirascia to present, to give a speech now, and then maybe if you prepare a couple of questions. We are running a bit out of time, but maybe we would like to start the discussion with starting with your questions. So think about a couple of questions after this presentation.
Thank you, Claudio. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants and friends of Pacino Project, please allow me to extend the greetings on behalf of the Ministry of Civil Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina and also our Minister, Dr. Adil Osmanovic. I would also particularly like to thank the organizers for having us all here in the beautiful city of Trieste, and that provide us with a unique opportunity to discuss about the promotion of innovation in the Adriatic region and to further develop the opportunities that are ahead of us. I'm also thankful to all the panelists from yesterday and today who were more than willing to share their rich experience about the regional cooperation with us. It is my personal opinion that this final conference represents the highly important platform for dialogue, cooperation and exchange of information between the partner countries in the project, and it's of the utmost importance to further enhance our cooperation in the field of research and innovation, and also to extend our support to development of innovation, infrastructure, and mobility. As far as Bosnia and Herzegovina is concerned, the field of research and innovation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is highly decentralized, and the responsibilities lie within the entities that are Republic of Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and within Federation there are 10 cantons, and each of them has a separate responsibility for all of those issues, particularly education, research, culture, science, and sports. While the Ministry of Civil Affairs, my ministry at the state level, is mainly in charge of international representation of the country and also the coordination of activities and development of strategies. Bosnia and Herzegovina is dedicated to the EU policies and programs, most important being Europe 2020 and also Innovation Union. And our aim in the ministry is to try to provide higher participation of Bosnian and Herzegovinian institutions and researchers in the European research area and development of our research infrastructure. Bosnia and Herzegovina is associated country to Horizon 2020. We're also a member of COST and Eureka networks. And just last week, our formal application for EU membership was approved under the Slovak presidency. So we are now waiting for this questionnaire, and hopefully by answering this questionnaire in recent time, we will be able to validate our EU candidate country status. So there are some good news from Bosnia-Herzegovina at this point. Among other activities that my ministry is mainly dealing with, I would like to emphasize the preparation of our new research and innovation strategy for the period 2017-2022. And one of the chapters is dedicated to the national innovation system. So the findings and recommendations from Pacino project will also be included in this document. And I'm using the opportunity to thank the authors and also all the people that were involved in the implementation of the project. On the other hand, Bosnia-Herzegovina strongly supports regional initiatives, funded mostly through multi-beneficiary IPA, both Adriatic and cross-border cooperation, but also activities that are led by a Central European Initiative, and also Regional Cooperation Council, the former Stability Pact. So the most important news is the establishment of VISE, which is the regional center for research and innovation in the Western Balkans. And I'm afraid that our colleague, Mrs. Danica Vravnjak, from the Croatian Ministry of Science and the Research is not here today with us, although she was announced to be part of this panel. And she would give us much more information about this important new center, which hopefully will start to work very soon. So all of those regional initiatives, we believe they are a proper channel to maintain access to information, providing services and better working conditions for our researchers, and also strengthening mutual cooperation in research and innovation, including, which is also very important for us, cross-border mobility of researchers and the academics. On the other hand, we are also very much aware of the difficulties and obstacles within our research and innovation sector within the country. All of those issues are mostly related to the low level of research and innovation investment, lack of legal framework, obsolete and outdated infrastructure, brain drain, etc. For the development of sustainable economy, it is necessary to have strategic link between education, innovativeness, and employment. And by improving the quality of education, we hope to increase the level of creativeness, resulting in creation of new jobs. That is why it is our aim to develop innovative partnership in all sectors through strengthening cooperation between research and innovation, economy and public sector in order to build the innovation system and improve conditions for and access to funding of research and innovation. So there are a couple of innovation centers and technology parks in Bosnia-Herzegovina recently established, and only one technology transfer office as a direct result of Pacino project. All of them are implementing projects, but for their further development, they must be strongly engaged in international cooperation projects with renowned partners in order to get expertise and to build their own capacity. I believe that Technology Transfer Office, the one that is located at the School of Economics and Business at Sarajevo University, in accordance with its mission, will soon contribute in strengthening national research, innovation and technology systems by providing relevant information, support, advice and recommendations to the private and public institutions, business and industrial sector, non-governmental organizations and all other relevant stakeholders. Therefore, I believe I may say that we are open to all kinds of cooperation and collaboration, and we want to be recognized as trusted and reliable partners in achieving common goals and the results that would give some added value to European research and innovation area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank all the speakers of this session. As announced, I would like to ask if there are questions, so maybe we could start, unfortunately, a very short discussion, but we decided having this high-level panel to give a bit more time to presentations. So if there is any question, otherwise I have a point. So if you don't mind, but I was sharing with Stefan Shepard now that I think we have have been talking about the innovation ecosystem. Also yesterday, some presentations highlighted this. And also today, we have seen in some slides the relevance of the innovation ecosystem. And in practice, our presentations have been really a mix of these actors of the innovation ecosystem. So we had, talk about the importance of national governance by Stefan Scheppers, and now also, the government from a more political point of view, but also the relevance of the regions, because Bosnia and Herzegovina, we know that the subnational level is very crucial, and this goes together with the smart specialization strategy and the role of macro-regional strategies, as in Aleš Gnamu's presentation, and then being in university, it was very important to listen to Mario Cervantes' presentations about the role of universities, and as a further step, how to implement these through projects, European projects, where universities or other types of actors are pretty much involved. So my question to the other panelists, but for a very short answer, really, is, but who is the actor that should start this process in the innovation ecosystem? So, of course, each of us might have a different perception, but at a certain point it seems, I have the management scholar colleagues that are coming right now that we say, okay, let's start from the very bottom, from firms, from the market, while we are more maybe on the strategies at a higher level. For us, it's more important. So I would really like to have a very short point of view from each of you on this. So maybe Stefan, you could start.
Thank you. You can have various change agents and various person or institutions to start the process. If you look at European institutions, GRC is clearly more advanced than the average European bureaucracy. It's a change agent inside. I regard personally OECD as a change agent for governments. They listen to it. They do not always implement, but they listen. And over the long time, they implement. You can have research communities stimulating it. You can have business taking initiatives. But all of them will, over time, disappear and have no effects if they do not involve the quadruple helix. So it's not so important where you start, but whom you involve. And then to proceed with a step-by-step approach. I've spoken about systemic change in governments, but obviously between a conference speech and the day-to-day reality, there's a gap. The reality of change is step-by-step, is incremental. I don't believe we have societies which are open for radical change. There's just not the stakeholder support, there's not the economic or financial opportunities. So we need to proceed step by step, but with a very clear direction.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe we go on with Mario.
Yes, I would tend to agree with Stefan. There's many change agents, but I think and there's at different levels, institutions, governments, but I think it comes down to individuals. I think it comes down to us, to leave our comfort zone, to open ourselves to other people, other disciplines, to, test the waters and to challenge ourselves. To learn new technologies. It's not easy when you're used to doing things in a certain way, but it's a cultural change that I think everyone inside institutions, wherever you're working in a company, of course, the environment has to support that. And I think that's where the change agents, the governments, the regulations, those can change to give you that freedom to innovate, to undertake. Entreprendre is to undertake new initiatives. I think, and to cooperate. I think cooperation, initiative, and that freedom and autonomy. And this is why I think when I spoke about the universities, that we have to respect their autonomy, but we have to incentivize it as well. So it's a powerful force, autonomy. We all do the best when we feel we're free and we're masters of our own destiny, but we need the others to succeed. So we need to have initiative, autonomy, and cooperation.
Thank you, Mario. Alex, please.
Thank you. Of course, I agree with what has been said before. Indeed, it can be various models, whether the change or kind of push for change comes from the local government or research community, business community. Depends on the organization of the regional setting there or the national. But I think that in Europe, actually recently, a very important game changer was actually the European Commission with with the initiatives like ex-ante conditionality for smart specialization to cohesion policy was a real game changer for at least, I mean, what we hear from the countries and regions. It's at least the Eastern Europe, they said, I mean, they would never embark on these kind of activities unless this would be actually kind of carrot stick, policy. You have to do it in order to get the funding. So it was very interesting to observe this because they clearly stated that it would not, move from the business as usual unless this would be done this way. So of course, it looks like that also EU enlargement policy is kind of embarking on the smart specialization concept, and they are also kind of there is a tendency to move the things with the candidate and neighborhood countries in this line. But also a very important thing is the overall alignment of different line policies in the EU, because the smart specialization concept actually managed to integrate the EU policy making as a whole. Because there was also in the European Commission before this kind of silos thinking, the different DGs, DG ENER, observed its goals and so on, DG Connect, DG Agri, DG Mare, so each of them actually considered their policy and actually there was very little exchange vis-a-vis innovation or a role of research and innovation in their policy making, and this is actually changing. And this is extremely important. This is the first time that in the EU the policies are actually aligning around research and innovation, and this is really having a crucial role in it. And actually there's also this kind of counter structure that is being produced in the smart specialization strategies that are usually regional and national response to to the tendencies, and then strategic cluster groupings around smart specialization policy that are kind of heavily supported by DG GROW and are kind of responding on a topic by topic, on case by case. So on energy, there's already actually, that's why we have actually started, designing the specific smart specialization policy platforms for energy, for industrial modernization, for digital growth, for agri-food, and there are other pending. So the one on health, the one on rational use of resources or raw materials, we still don't know how it's going to be called exactly, and so on. There are tendency also to respond to climate change pressures and so on. So there's more and more DGs that actually are pushing for this kind of very systematic formulating of platforms that are helping, bringing together the governance, so the policy making with the clusters and activities around Europe. So I think this is an important game changer on top of what has been said, of course, before.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. We finished.
Yeah. Well, from the Bosnian perspective, at the local level, I firmly believe that it's up to the government to create the environment and all the necessary preconditions in order to enable the functioning of the system. But the research and particularly innovation are not, I'm afraid, highly placed on the political agenda in my country for the moment. So we're using this Euro integrations processes in order to boost and to strengthen our sector by implementing and trying to adopt and harmonize with the EU policies and the programs requirements. You know, the first chapter that will be discussed if the Bosnia gets the membership status is the research and innovation. So we hope, you know, and we're now having all of those exercises within the country in order to provide all the necessary preconditions for opening and successfully closing this first chapter. But in the meantime, I think at the European level, you know, it's most definitely up to the European Commission, who basically, you know, governs and also directs, takes the responsibility for the future research and innovation at the European level. So it's up to them and also to the JRC, which is the Director General, as also the DGRTD as well, and of course other, because all of the European policies are, you know, complementing each other. So basically, I believe it's the Commission, but also the OECD, the World Bank, and also some other bilateral donors in some countries, you know, that are funding different activities. So basically, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last contribution.
Well, I will be again very concrete, saying that we are here hosted by European Union actually, and I represent another project funded by European Union. So the starting point should be actually the European Union with its funds that are available. The new 7 years of program has started. So there are many possibilities, and all the bodies that are targeted should take this opportunity. I mean, public entities, universities, SMEs, and so on. But again, the starting point is for sure at the EU level.
Thank you. I thank all speakers of this session. I thank also the audience. I've been almost on time, and so I wish you a good continuation of the conference with the second half of this morning. Thank you.
20 seconds, we will have a GoOpti track van picking us up for the second part. Thank you, everybody. Okay, thank you, everyone. Please take a seat. So according to the program of this second part, we're supposed to have two guests now. The first guest should have been Nicolas Caporusso, that is actually the CEO of DB Glove. Actually, Nicolas Caporusso is stuck in Venice airport, and there is one reason for that, right? And the reason is that he didn't book a GoOpti trip. So we are honored, very honored today to host Marco Gucek with us, that is the CEO and also co-founder of GoOpti. GoOpti, as you will see in the presentation by Marco, is a company that is, GoOpti Ltd is a company that is based in Ljubljana, that offers shared and private transportation services between airports and remote towns and cities in Italy, Slovenia, but not only. You are expanding really fast. So also Croatia, Austria, Hungary, and Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to Marco Gucek for being here. Thank you, Marco. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for invitation and such a great presentation of my company. We have to go to the beginning. Okay. So exactly what we do, we are actually connecting people between the airports and homes and offices, and we do it everywhere. So the difference is exactly this. We don't connect like biggest airports with biggest cities like Malpensa and Milan, but we are actually bringing this commodity of direct transportation also to these smaller cities, which is also in Slovenia and a lot of cities in Italy and also much other cities also in Europe and also the world. And we are doing it in the way that we have created this dynamic shuttle platform where we actually connect the transportation companies and passengers in the way that we are actually creating a new market. And how we actually do it? We are solving two problems. Maybe we have a bit too much information here on the slides, but it's actually a lot of problems. On one side, we have on the demand side problem. If you are living in a smaller city or actually traveling to a smaller city, usually you don't have direct public transportation connection. So you have to go from your home with all the luggage to the central bus station, go with bus and train to the bigger city, and then connect to another bus to get to the airport, which is usually a big pain. And also you can always miss the flight because of irregular transportation and very unreliable also public transportation. So most of the people go with their own car. But if you go with your own car, you have to park it there. It's expensive. You have to pay really expensive parking fees, the tolls, and so on. And of course, the fuel is not so cheap, especially on longer distances where you usually have to go. So in the end, it's quite a hassle. And also on the other side, you can ask your friends, but that is a big dependency. And of course, you can use BlaBlaCar and similar services, but this is just not reliable enough. If you paid a lot for your flight ticket, you really don't want that maybe this guy won't pick you up. So that's why we have seen that there is this big need on the demand side, which actually has a bunch of problems, and actually personal car is the only solution. And then on the other side, we have the supply side problem. Here actually in the field of transportation with small vans, These guys, like in Italy, the NCC companies, in Slovenia are the small transportation companies, they actually have this problem. These are usually one guy, one driver, or maybe they own 4, 5, 6, 7 cars and they have a few drivers employed. And this is a big hassle. If you're an owner of such company, you actually have to work 24/7. You have to pick up the phone to your passengers, to your drivers. Usually even you have to drive by yourself. So it's not so even safe, which is not also so reliable. And of course, because they don't have the software, they can also offer their service only as a VIP service, connecting cities and airports only for the companies which can actually afford the VIP service. And actually with our platform, we can much lower the prices per seat, and with sharing different passengers in one van, make it possible that they can actually execute their transportation on these routes where actually before they couldn't, and also public transportation couldn't do it profitably. So the solution is that we offer them affordable, reliable service, which is door-to-door. It's at desired time. So you say when you want to go to travel, with professional drivers, of course. And on the other side, professional drivers are very important because we have to guarantee everyone that is going to the airport that you won't miss the flight. And even if, in worst case scenario, if you miss it, we even buy you a new ticket. And on the supply side, of course, they get the booking engine, the customers, then the fleet management tool, which is much easier for them, unified support center 24/7 that our company offers, and of course the guaranteed income because of our statistics. We know how much of travel will be done in the next year, so we can know how many vehicles we need and how much work will be for the transportation company. So the most important, we take the stress away on the both sides. And where we are currently, we are, okay, you said a lot of countries, but actually we are in Slovenia and northern Italy. We are connecting, of course, also Germany, Austria, and Hungary. But our bases are in Slovenia and now most of the northern Italy. And we have, of course, plans to expand also to Spain and also then Austria, Germany, and France, and so on. But currently in Slovenia, we have proved that it works. We have really successful clients. We have Net Promoter Score over 70, actually 78, which is really amazing. You know, this is between -100 and +100. And this is if you ask, would you recommend this service to your friend or relative? So that means that most of the people of our passengers actually say yes. They say from 8 to 10, which means yes, definitely I will do it. And actually Apple has 74, which means that our clients are really satisfied. Until now, we have transported over 500,000 passengers, and we are profitable in Slovenia. We have quite good average gross margin. And actually, we are changing the travel habits of people, how they travel. Before, they traveled 83% of people to the airport with their own car. Now, actually, 25% of the people is already using GoOpti in Slovenia. So we are market leader in this field, and also there is some competition, meaning that the personal car is losing the battle. On the other side, we also see that people stay with us. Once they use us, they come again. So here you see also on below here how you don't see the numbers, but this is how Slovenia was growing, and this is how now Italian cities are growing. So also now in Italy we're actually growing in the same way as we were growing in Slovenia, or even better. And where we're going, actually we first thought that this is just a problem of Ljubljana. Everybody in Ljubljana was complaining we don't have EasyJet and Ryanair flying to Ljubljana, we don't have much connections, the prices of tickets are really expensive. But then we have seen, no, it's not just Slovenia, it's not just Ljubljana, it's actually the whole Europe that has these cities. You know, also Italy has only Malpensa, Rome, and okay, maybe Bologna, which are more international, intercontinental flights, a bit also Venice, but that's it. And there is hundreds of other cities also in Italy, just in Italy. So here actually you can see there is more than 3,000 such cities in the world. There is more than 500 cities only within EU. And here you see we did a comparison. We checked the prices of flying from different airports and different cities. And here you see the more that is red, the bigger differences in the price based on if you're flying from your local airport, which is usually smaller, and one bigger airport in the vicinity of 100 to 300 kilometers away. So we see that in average for all the Europe, all the people would, if traveling with us from these cities, they would pay less 80 euros in average, and they would be 1 hour sooner to the final destination. Because, of course, from their local airport, usually they don't have direct flight. They have to go via another city, so they have to change the flights, and that means additional time. Yeah, we are trying to find out the way how actually we should grow. So this is something that we are learning now, especially in these Italian cities. In each city we have different tactic how to grow actually, so that we are trying to find out the magic formula that would work also in the other cities. What would be the cheapest way that people know that we exist the fastest. And we are currently actually the most successful in Trieste, which is probably because it's this proximity of Slovenia and more people knew that GoOpti exists. And also probably it's a big pain also here. Our product, we have actually a platform which services different stakeholders. On one side we have customers. We offer them, of course, the pre-booking. We have fixed price at the time of booking. It's the guaranteed service I mentioned. And of course, this flexibility window, which is the big difference to any other competitor or the shuttle company in the world. Because most of, before us, nobody thought that people could be flexible in the time of departure. But we have seen that when you travel on a longer distance, maybe for getting a lower price of the ticket, you actually might be a little bit flexible. And we still have the VIP service, the private service, which is a little bit cheaper than the taxi or Uber in some countries. But we are cheaper because we fill it up always in the other way around. And the taxi and Uber on the longer distances, they can never fill up the vehicle also on the return way. On the other side, we said, okay, most of the people don't mind if they share. So then we could even lower the price of the ticket if they say, okay, maybe other people can join you in the van. But then additional one step further that we went, we said, okay, maybe you're also a little bit flexible. So maybe you are 1 hour, 2 hour flexible. And on a longer distances, people can get quite flexible if maybe the price drops from 100 euro to 20 euro, that they have the risk of maybe waiting 2 hours for the van after the landing. Of course, with our optimization software, we try that people wait the least, and one day before departure, everybody finds out the time of the departure. So that, of course, you're not waiting on the airport without knowing when the van will come. You know that one day in advance, so at that time you can go shopping for a beer or whatever. And it's actually not a big pain, and in the end, in this way, you can get much lower price because of actually allowing us that we put you in different vans with different people in different combinations. Okay, for companies, we have special possibilities where we can do special deals. For resellers, for travel agents, hotels, they are a very important partner of ours, which of course gives us a lot of traffic, and all the other side, we give them commission. We have airports and airlines. We have the API connection, which also now some of the airlines are actually adding our service in the flight ticket. Now it's first was Adria Airways, Croatia Airlines, then it was Fly Dubai, Emirates, TAP. Now also in Italy we are talking with a few airlines, and hopefully they will see this is a really good way how to increase the sales of their tickets. With our service actually for the airlines and airports were very important. The first airport that really found out that our service is really good is actually Venice Marco Polo Airport, because they have seen that we are really increasing the catchment area of actually their airport. And they have seen that from Slovenia and Croatia, they don't have so much travelers. And with our service, we actually increased dramatically the number of passengers from their airports. And then we have, of course, the transportation companies with the tools for them, and of course for the drivers, so they can easily find the people waiting for them. So this is the product and the competitive advantages. This is actually really important that we are first on the market. Currently, nobody else is actually serving this niche of long-distance airport shuttle. At the same time, we are the first ones that are building the fleet. So we know that Uber and everyone are coming. This is the future of the transportation. But they are coming to the big cities first. And now we are coming first to the smaller cities where we actually already have the fleet of different transportation companies and drivers, which is very useful for the future, where of course our technology might be used also for not just connecting the airports. Then of course dynamic pricing, this is our most important part, how we actually calculate the prices so that we make the least risk. Of course, when we come to a new city, we don't know how people will travel, so we go with low prices, but then very fast we can start learning and see how people behave so that we can make it profitable for transportation companies and also for us. And yeah, the biggest thing is that actually before us, people did not think about this risk. Also Uber, if you think Uber Pool, they are doing in the way that they are actually connecting two people together, but if they don't connect, still you have to pay the full price. And on the other side, on longer distances, this can never work because you can never risk. So you as a transportation company or us as a platform, we have to take over the risk on ourselves. And by taking over the risk, by doing it because we have the statistics and the data, we're not risking that much, but on the other side, we're actually creating the market with this that nobody could do it before without taking the risk. And yeah, the really nice market trends are currently in the world. Young people do not want to drive anymore, not anymore buying so much the vehicles. The car manufacturers see that this is the new future of transportation. Of course, the ride sharing is really getting important, and also on the other side, more and more people travel, more and more people also travel with airlines, but on the other side, the airlines are restructuring, they are not flying so much to the smaller airports. On the other side, the low-cost airlines are now flying to more distant airports, so all this means that people have to get somehow from all these airports to their hometowns. So this is really briefly about us, what we're doing, so thank you very much, and if any questions,
We have time for a couple of questions, but I would like the first question, if you don't mind, to come from the main target market. So you say that you are serving essential millennials, and actually I would like to do a market research for you instantly now. Guys, sorry, talking to you, how many of you know GoOpti? Raise your hands. How many know the existence of the service? 4. And how many used GoOpti before? Only 1. So there is space for increasing the market, for sure.
A lot of space, yeah.
Who wants the microphone for a question? Yes. Thank you.
I hope that you will excuse me for my bad English, maybe, but once you had the first idea, what is the next step that you had to have the truck later? So to start everything, maybe, I don't mean earn money, because I mean there is some other ways, but just start the surface without nothing. I hope that.
It's totally clear. So one thing is having an idea, but the other thing is translating this idea into something that really exists and works in the market. How was you able to do that? Did someone help you? The 3F, foolish, family, and friends, or who?
Well, maybe here the story goes much back. In 2006, I actually studied here at MIP, School of Management in Trieste, and actually I think that here some change also happened, because here part of my experience there was I did also then the internship in Starwood in Hotel Daniele in Venice. And part of this I was also in this selection process for top candidates of Starwood to become a hotel manager. We've been in Brussels in this big hotel for 2 days, and actually there we had this all the time assessments, how good we are. And it was the worst experience in my life because it was so intense, and it was, I never really liked to present, and there was really constantly 20 managers checking you, what are you doing? So after that, I actually said, if I survive this, I will survive everything. So then actually after MIP, already also at MIP, there we had some really good professor that came from the United States and was asking us who wants to be entrepreneur. And at that time, actually, nobody raised the hand, you know. So I also didn't, and I was thinking, why the hell then I didn't raise the hand? And why I was not even thinking about this option. So at that time, I started to think about it. So immediately, already with my partner that we then founded the first company, we decided that we go our own way. We did the business travel agency in Slovenia, and we became in 2-3 years actually the largest business travel center in Slovenia. So how we did this, we just really wanted to change something, and we have seen that the travel agencies in Slovenia at that time were doing really primitively, you know. The offers were not good. They were only offering you flights from Ljubljana and only at your timings and so on. So we knew how to lower the costs of company business travel. So we said we can do it better. And always when we have seen something that we can do better, change, we were never thinking about making money, but about changing something for the better. And when, of course, we've seen this, that there is some problem, we did it, and yeah, we were changing for the better, and there came the results. So actually, the GoOpti was just a spin-off that came out of this, because we have seen that more and more our clients travel from Ronchi Airport, from Marco Polo Airport, from even Munich, Graz, Zagreb, and so on, and everybody had this problem, how can I get there? And there were like local NCCs, local transportation companies, but nobody did this service that could be professional, that could guarantee the price. And me as a professional travel agent, I couldn't offer some service that maybe one day before departure somebody will cancel the trip. So just it came from the need again. We have seen that this is something that's not working, we have to do it, and again we did it. So this is how, it's just continuing.
So that wasn't a really simple question, as you were seeing, so it was quite complicated. So Marco, thank you so much. An applause again. It was really, really inspiring. And now I invite you, of course, to sit in the first row, and I invite all the guests of the round table up, because we will start our discussion about startups. So I invite to join me at the table Boris Golob, that is CEO of STEPRI, Science and Technology Park of University of Rijeka, and also CEO of innovation consulting company that is Dragon Consulting. I also invite with me Edin Mehic, that is founder of Development Studio Ltd, that is company specialized in information technology and software development. You can take a seat. I invite Antonio Mersic as Head of Sector for International Cooperation and Innovation, Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Crafts, Croatia. Thank you. I invite Marco Pavan, that is Business Analyst and Project Manager at 8 Farm, Italy. Thank you for being with us, Marco. I invite Aleš Pustov, that was actually collaborating with Pacino, but now she became an entrepreneur, a richer entrepreneur. He is co-founder of the program and program manager of ABC Accelerator in Ljubljana. He is also an entrepreneur, a research assistant in Ljubljana. I invite Fabrizio Rovatti, that is managing director at Innovation Factory, Area Science Park Consortium in Italy. Innovation Factory is the first mile incubator of Area Science Park. And I invite, finally, last but not least, Mitja Ruzier, that is professor of entrepreneurship at the University of Primorska, Slovenia, but he's also a consultant, an entrepreneur, and also the author of the book Startup Branding Funnel. Thank you to everybody to be with us. This silence is really scaring, so can open your microphone. Okay, so I prepared some questions for you, and I would like to start with Mr. Boris Golob from Science and Technology Park, University of Rijeka. So my first question actually is the following. For the ones of you that are experts about entrepreneurship and startups, you all know Steve Blank, okay? And Steve Blank once, he said, a startup is an organization formed to search for a repeatable and scalable business model. Okay? So, Mr. Golob, in your professional career, the theme of business model innovation is extremely important. My first question for you is the following. Have you identified some path of success of business model innovation that in your personal experience have been more successful than others for startup firms? Thank you so much. Not an easy question.
Basically there is an easy answer, or at least short answer, but I will try to elaborate it. But short answer is no. Longer answer is business. Okay, business models like innovation, like technology transfer, like startups sometimes looks more like a buzzword than a real thing. So we are using them if you want to look very smart, or if you want to fit into some boxes in order to get some projects, but in fact, business models are just fancy word for common sense. You need to make more money than you spend. So if you are, and they became increasingly important in last 15 or 20 years when there's some weird things were happening, like making a lot of money out of free things, or producing on massive scale unique products. So how can you organize and how can you make a viable business? And when there was no clear answer, then they said it must be a business model. And then it became also extremely important when you are looking for investor. So if you have a great business model, it means that you are making a lot of money, or that you are promising that you are going to make a lot of money. So, okay, so you have a showcase for investors. Business models, well, the best way is to try to create business model that will be let's say, appropriate for your idea. So do not force it. I've seen a lot of ideas that were great, but they still were either stuck on a product market fit, which is not good enough today because everything is changing. So it's not good enough to have a great product, and then there are potentially a lot of customers that would like to have that product, because you need to answer also the question how you are going to make money out of that relationship. But then again, there are some business models that might be much more profitable. But if those business models are not fit for your value that you are going to deliver, or they are not good for your customers because the customers won't like it, so it's basically a flawed business model, regardless of the fact that it worked well for someone else. So actually, the key idea how to develop business model is, okay, you need to experiment, you need to try. So something like Steve Blank actually that. So it is relatively really simple. Okay, you need to have an idea how to create that system that will make some money out of that idea, and how to service those customers, and then try to see how wrong you are. Because a key idea when you develop the business model is that you accept that you are dead wrong, or at least at some point you are wrong. So you will be more successful as more you learn about level of how wrong is your idea. Is it 2% wrong or 80% wrong, and how little level of that wrong is it 3% or
sorry if I interrupt, but I feel also this as free conversation. But in your experience, do startups realize when they are wrong, or they need to be advised by someone else?
No, well, usually they don't. Everyone falls in love with his own idea. So we all want to be true, and we all everyone has an ego. So once you get the first idea, you usually insist that it's right, but usually it's not. So you need to take that fact that your idea might suck at some level, so it's wrong at some point, and that will increase your chance for success. So just not insisting on the first idea is basically the best advice. Maybe the second good advice is to be hungry for profit and patient for growth, so which is Christensen saying, but basically try to start making money right at the beginning, not to wait to become global, to have a global domination, because someone during the process might pull the plug out and you won't ever become a global dominating company. So if you can make money while you are small, you have a fuel to finance your growth, which is much better. But it's not applicable to every idea. So
yeah, thank you so much. Actually, my second question here for Edin Mehic, that I just repeat. founder of Development Studio Company, CEO of Collective Ltd., founder also of Networks.ba, that is a community placed in the heart space, co-working space. Finally, president of Youth Employment Services, non-profit organization. So my first question is, do you sleep from time to time or just work? No, actually, my question is more, let's say, complex. That is the following. You are also an example of a serial entrepreneur, I would say. Serial entrepreneurs, I also say that for the students, are quite common in the US. These are entrepreneurs that set up many startups, many ventures. They are not so common in the European landscape, and I would say that even less in the Adriatic area. So why is this happening? Is just, I don't know, a different attitude toward risk, or what? Do you have an answer for that?
It's a complex answer too. I think it's a matter of culture. You know, I think the first entrepreneur in my family after my grandfather. So even my grandfather worked for the public sector or big company or something. So we don't have anybody in my family, or I never met entrepreneur. So being entrepreneur for me is much more than just making money. Of course, that's the part of the game. You have to make money to prove your value on the market, to prove that it makes sense what you're doing. But for us in my country, it's even more important to be entrepreneur, because I want to prove to and help other people to realize that being entrepreneur is the way to go, especially in our country with such a high unemployment rate. And I'm not scared with that. As a crazy entrepreneur, I see a huge opportunity in that. With such unemployment rate, and also we don't have so many big companies, which is again opportunity. They will not get all that talent. So it's up to us, to create the system. I'm glad that I'm coming with my friends, working in education on the best faculty in University of Sarajevo, School of Economics. The problem that we have, I believe, also it's a risk, of course, but also the knowledge about business development in the last, let's say, 20 years or something, it's dramatically improved. I learned from Drucker or some other guys, who's been mainly, focusing on big corporations. As Steve Blank said, the startups are not big corporations, and you don't need to be, to have all that competencies, which is required for some CEO positions. It's fine that you are crazy. It's fine that you experiment. And I didn't know about serial entrepreneurs. I really just wanted to create different kind of things. So I started doing it, also inviting my friends to join in, to create the different alleys. So I come up with I don't know how many companies, today. And fortunately, I sold it, 2 of those companies, to the big multinational funds. And, I'm just reinvesting and playing again. So it's just fine, to play, to test, and use all this knowledge that we have so far, about business model development, customer development, prototyping, and everything. You don't need to risk as me on the beginning, just recklessly risk everything, put all your money, put all the bets on just on 1 or 2 businesses. Now you can start hundreds of businesses. You don't need to start the businesses, but you can start all those experiments. If it works on the market, you will know easily, and then you can build upon it.
That's a good lesson also for the students, of course. Just a short clarification, but do you think that the attitude toward risk, let's say, changes after the first venture? So, for example, your fear also decreases after launching the first venture, and then it is easier to become a serial entrepreneur.
I believe you have to fail. So we have to make that really painless, I would say, and I believe the university can take a huge role in that, encourage people to experiment and test. I believe it's always, there is some theory and studies about that, that you need 10,000 hours to become expert in certain level. So earlier you start, earlier you will become expert and successful person. So I think, the most important, crucial thing is to start being entrepreneur early on. And it's not just business-wise; it's also, you know, the future of work. Now all the companies making this entrepreneurial skill set and competencies model as a core. So it's not just about, you know, being entrepreneur and starting my own company, but also working with somebody else. It will be crucial that you have all these entrepreneurial skills.
Thank you so much. Now I have a question for Antonio Mersic that I remind you is Head of Sector for International Cooperation and Innovation, Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Crafts in Croatia. Antonio, yesterday Nicola Redi told us that he's a venture capitalist. He told us that money do not matter, you know, as much, you know, in, you know, fostering the growth of startups, and that's quite, you know, interesting coming from a venture capitalist. But policies, they should matter. So my question for you is the following, starting also from your personal experience. What types of policies actually better support the growth of startup firms? What is your personal experience on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question and for invitation. Well, this is, of course, a difficult and a complex answer because I can tell you about my own personal experience working in innovation and startup policies for 10 years now. European Commission, European Union has a different set of narratives. That is what we can see in practice. So, and by narratives, we can see that, you know, there are many DGs, DG Grow, DG Research and Innovation, then you have DG Regio, DG Connect. And innovation and startup policies are not always defined as innovation or startup policies. But if you read the documents, you can see that maybe it's more considered as an instrument or as a tool for achieving goals of certain different policy. So you have, I don't know, industrial policy that says that we need to modernize industry, and how we do it is by investing more in technological development, in realizing more market opportunities. Then you have recently, you have regional policy, and we heard about that before today. So regional policy wants to, by investing more in research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, boost the economic growth and have more regional equalities in Europe. So if you talk about financing startups and access to finance, it is inherent in all of these policies. And it's nowadays, at the European Commission, you have ongoing discussions about actually what a startup is. So, and recently, the Commission launched a public consultation where they try to define what a startup is and what are the phases of a startup. So first phase, they call it the stand-up phase, and it should, in policy terms, tackle with all of the circumstances and attitudes and inspirations and culture and education for entrepreneurship that have to be there in place in order to get to the second phase. So then the second phase is the startup phase. And then the policy solutions are access to finance that is tailor-made for startups, then minimizing the red tape, so the regulatory burdens, and nowadays also the enabling the online, the registration, the online tax payment, and everything making it more simple for startups. And then there is the next phase, which is a scale-up phase. And many experts from this industrial narrative say that this is the most important phase because this is where growth comes from. So, and now the discussions are how do we tailor the policy incentives, policy instruments for enabling them to grow. And then there is the fourth phase, which is exit. So it means that we have to promote entrepreneurs to not just have one company, as we heard, but to continue on that path and have more companies, to develop more successful business models and so on. So access to finance and risk capital, to answer your question, is a part of it, but it's not considered as the main trigger for policymakers. It's not the main target in policies. And more and more the ecosystem approach is considered, but to be honest, it's still too soon to have actual policy solutions at hand. It's still a creative process, so we're trying to, because I participate in many of these expert groups, we try to explain to one another what an ecosystem should be, what are the existing methodologies. So you have a World Bank methodology for ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem. Then you have World Bank methodology for innovation ecosystems. And they're quite similar, you know? So people are kind of puzzled, you know, where to go, how do we define things? And this is the first step. We have to define things in order to think what the appropriate solutions would be. And if you ask the European startups, sure, they would say that money, if you go elsewhere, it's not an issue. They go to China, they go to US, and they get the money. Whereas in Europe, it's not that easy. So the European Commission thinks of setting a fund of funds to tackle the fragmented VCs in Europe. But to conclude, these policies are still in their development phase. And for example, you have also public consultation on the so-called Innovation Council that would have to deal with disruptive innovation, startups, you know, so many different ideas, but this is, as one of the public policy scholars say, it's a primordial soup of different ideas. But what we have to see is how they will be chosen and elaborated and implemented. So this is the juicy part of it all, the implementation.
Thank you so much. It's interesting because while the EU look for a definition of startup finally, and OECD and many others, of course we need to do things. And we have here several protagonists of this innovation ecosystem actually. And one is Marco Pavan, that is business analyst in H-Farm. And my next question, Marco, is for you. We all know that accelerators, incubators, they have a very, very difficult task. And promoting innovation, and we have seen that in the Adriatic areas, can be even more difficult. But I would say that it is not so easy to do it even in, let's say, in a steady or declining country, as honestly Italy is. And to face this challenge, H-Farm has changed deeply its business model. So can you tell us what were the main direction that H-Farm took in order to remain alive and kicking as it is right now? Thank you.
Thanks. Well, first of all, we can say that maybe we have two kinds of evolution. One sort of vertical evolution and then sort of horizontal evolution. And I'm going to explain better these two kinds of evolution. First of all, our role was very difficult because we, as H-Farm was born in 2005, and there was not at the time an ecosystem for startup in Italy, but also in Europe. And if you consider that H-Farm was born also before other international players like Y Combinator, for example, in Silicon Valley. So at that time, there was no methodology to support startup, and also there were no startups because people were not awareness about the possibility to establish business on leveraging on digital technologies and mobile apps and so on. So at that time, we tried to create H-Farm, and we structured H-Farm as a sort of venture incubator, providing on one side the seed investment, so the early investment for startup in order to support the early phases of the project. But also on the other side, we tried to create a physical hub where the startup people, entrepreneurs, talents could have a sort of office space where they could meet with the mentors, with our partners, and work together with other entrepreneurs in order to foster innovation, in order to work better. And during this, we was a venture incubator for the first 6 years, and during this period of time, we have some interesting companies, and for example, we made some exit, for example, and on the other side, but we made a lot of mistakes, obviously, but we obtained some results, not only within our organization, but also outside the organization, because the Italian government started to watch this important ecosystem that started to raise in our country. And consider, for example, that our founder, Riccardo Donadon, was part of the task force during the Monti government that promoted and launched the Italia Restart project in order to establish a sort of register for innovative startup and any other advantage and helps provided by the government. And this was very useful, and we acted as an important role for this project. Then, during this period, between 2012 and 2013, we started to move our model from an incubator to an accelerator. And this was also thanks to the collaboration with some international accelerators.
Just to clarify to all the people, what is the difference, but very 30 seconds between incubators and accelerators, but 30 seconds.
Yeah, basically an accelerator is a short-term program that can last 3-4 months, where we select 5-10 startups, and we say that we are supporting a batch or a cohort where this startup enter in H-Farm and take part to a process that lasts 4 months, where they receive mentorships and any other kind of supports in order to boost the growth of their project. On the other side, an incubator is a sort of long-term process where the startup can stay in a physical space, receiving office space, but also have access to some resources from this incubator. But there is no short-term period where they can take
Thank you for clarification.
the acceleration, let's say.
Let's go back to the second step now.
Yeah. We tried to structure the accelerator model thanks to the partnership with some other accelerators worldwide. And at that time, we founded together with Techstars the Global Accelerator Network. And we have the possibility to host 2 Global Accelerator meetings here in H-Farm. We are based in Venice, near Venice. And at that time, the managing director of all these accelerators in the world started to create a structured process, starting from the selection, the call for ideas, and then the methodology to work with the startups, and also trying to structure the life after the program, because this is something that is very challenging at the moment, and is still a problem for us, but for all the accelerators, especially in Europe, where the investment ecosystem is not so flourish like the Silicon Valley one or other innovation hub in US, for example. And the interesting point here is that since the beginning of this second life, let's say, of H-Farm, we started to focus on made in Italy sectors, because what we have seen and what we learned is that we cannot take all the, let's say, trends that we can find on the Silicon Valley ecosystem, but we need to also consider and develop a startup ecosystem considering the existing Italian entrepreneurship and the companies network. So we started to promote and to work with B2B startups. So not only startups that were focusing on consumer solution, that we are dreaming to buy the new WhatsApp or the new Facebook, but also we try to find business solution that could make money since the beginning, not only waiting for the Series A round, or not only for waiting for the big VC that could provide you the right amount for growing. But maybe small companies that with a bit slow growth, but that can allow you and allows the teams to gain in revenue since the beginning. And this was very interesting. And we see that this kind of support worked. And we moved to starting to work directly with some companies and partnering with this kind of companies that in order to give additional support to the startup. And in particular, I mean, big companies now are interested in launching open innovation projects. And they see corporate innovation and corporate venture capital as an important tool to innovate within their organization. And H-Farm tried since the last year to become a sort of platform for this kind of clients. And this is why we now are looking for also, and we are launching accelerator powered by corporates or at least sponsored by some companies.
So put together corporate entrepreneurship and acceleration program. That's really interesting. So if I can summarize using a strategic metaphor, you realized that you had too many question marks in your Boston Consulting matrix and you had no cash cow. So at the end you said, we need to have also a cash cow. Just one interesting fact that I want to tell. 3 years ago, I brought my students. I teach innovation management in this university. I brought my student in H-Farm. And we assisted to 3 pitches by 3 startups. And one of those was 20 lines. And at the end of the trip, we went back to class and we discussed about this company. And I said, in my opinion, guys, this company has no chance to survive to the next 3 weeks. So what was the end of this story?
Well, at the end, they made an exit. So they sold the founders sold their ownership in their company to an important publishing company. I mean, this was not a big exit like maybe WhatsApp, but it was a
successful exit.
Yeah.
So I should start teaching something else, accounting or finance, but no innovation management. Thank you, Mark. So, okay, now we have another experience of an accelerator that is ABC Accelerator in Slovenia, and we are proud to have here Aleš Pustov. Aleš, if you go to the website of ABC Accelerator, and I invite you, especially the students that are always connected, go to look for ABC Accelerator Ljubljana, and in your homepage, there is this interesting claim that is, it's all about having a unique approach. Okay, but now you have to explain us, what is this unique approach about, and to what extent is this unique approach maybe connected or distinctive for the Adriatic area, or not, Aleš?
Yeah, thank you, Guido. I would like to first explain that ABC Accelerator is less than 2 years old, so we are a startup ourselves. And like every good startup, we basically started with a problem. We wanted to see if there is a problem big enough to be worth solving, and then if we find it, can we solve it? So the idea was from the very beginning that the region of Southeast Europe, so the eastern part of Adriatic region, is actually lacking the kind of institutions that you might have in Italy in the form of H-Farm, or even lacking the ecosystem supporting startups that Italy actually has. And this was the premise behind the startup that we created, today called ABC Accelerator. We understood and we knew from our experience that there are a bunch of good ideas and a bunch of good projects, not so many good startups, GoOpti being one of the exceptions, of course, and very few, if any, successful exit. I mean, we are not talking WhatsApp, we are talking an exit, even the size of what H-Farm is doing. This is a very rare occurrence in the eastern part of Adriatic region. So the idea was to help create an ecosystem which doesn't exist yet, or at least is not as developed, and help these ideas and help these entrepreneurs and help people like Edin to succeed, because we honestly believe that there is ideas that we have, the technological knowledge that we have in this region, and the drive is, if anything, bigger than in other markets, because it's just one of the very few things that you can really succeed in. I mean, in former Yugoslavia, you could succeed by becoming a footballer, and today, hopefully, you can succeed by becoming a successful entrepreneur. And what does that mean? And what is a unique approach? It's an approach which is targeting these kind of problems where the whole ecosystem is missing. And what do we do about it? Well, first of all, we cooperate with, I would say, every single institution in the region. I personally have been visiting Zagreb, Sarajevo, Belgrade, and Rijeka in the last 10 days alone. And we are cooperating with every single startup support institution in the region, because we believe that they need support and we can maybe help them. And the kind of support that they need is actually simple. They do a very early stage development of startups, but then startups need to get more resources, more knowledge. It's not only about money, of course. It's about everything that is missing. Access to market. The markets in our region are very fragmented. Slovenia has 2 million people. It's a nice test market, but as soon as you discover a problem, it becomes too small. And other countries, if anything, have smaller economies. So we decided to create not only an accelerator, but to expand and create other institutions within ABC that can supplement the lack of support. We have opened an office in Silicon Valley on Saturday. We have opened an office in Munich in June. We have our all very small venture capital fund, but we have it, because equity is missing in this region. I mean, it's not only that it's missing in Europe in general. This region has extremely small amount of equity investors. If I'm not mistaken, Edin is probably the only one, or maybe one of 2 or 3 people who would invest into startups in Bosnia. So we are trying, the unique approach is we're trying to develop a system that will help grow startups in emerging markets, in markets which are not developed enough. It seems that so far we are successful, and if we will continue to do that, we will expand this system to other emerging markets as well.
The relationship with the US is quite interesting. So in very practical terms, what do you do in order to allow Slovenian or Adriatic startups to benefit also from the ecosystem, from the Californian ecosystem? So do you call, for example, I don't know, lecturers, or do you bring them there to visit big companies? In practice, how do you help?
The idea behind the Silicon Valley office is to bring the best startups who has been vetted, who has come through the selection process that we have, who have gone through our accelerator program, and after spending 3 months with them, you know exactly which one is good and has chances to succeed and which one is not. So the best ones, we want to bring them there. We want to bring them into an environment which has everything. It has money, so if they need resources, if they need money to grow, they can easily raise millions of euros in Silicon Valley. It is almost impossible to raise that money here. They have got business. What we want to do for them is we want to do business development services. We want to help them find customers. If you have a $1 billion customer in this region, there are just not so many $1 billion companies. There are more than 200 of that kind of companies between San Jose and San Francisco alone. So the idea always is to test these startups in a small environment and then transport them into a big market, big environment, and help them succeed there. It goes, I would say, and that of course is also the rationale behind Germany. It's the biggest market in Europe. If you can prove that you have solved a problem which exists in Southeast Europe, it is highly likely that this same problem will exist also in bigger markets, and if you solve it here, you can scale up there. That is the rationale behind it, and I think that so far, we didn't do an exit yet. We are less than 2 years old. We hope to have an exit soon. But if we can create startups that generate value and that this value is proven by being invested or acquired by strategic or financial investors, I think that this will prove that the system works. If not, we will be just another startup which failed. We don't see a big problem in failing. Actually, I would like to add, we prefer our startups that apply to ABC to have failed before. We actually
look for someone that already
failed.
failed.
The second starter is for us the best starter.
The first, no. Too many expectations, maybe.
The first ones are oftentimes not coachable, and I think this is important for all of you. You should really understand that while you're in love with your product, and we want you to be in love with your product, to develop a business is a unique skill. And you did not develop a business before, so please listen to advice of the people who have done it before. And you would be surprised how many startups don't do that. We see startups with potential to have sales of 100 million who will never reach 1 million sales and probably fail very soon because they don't listen to us. And I think this is a feature shared by most of the accelerators. So this is one of the criteria that we have in the selection process.
Thank you, Aleš. Now I have a question for Fabrizio Rovatti, Innovation Factory. So Aleš already said that he has the difficult job because there is no ecosystem, no supporting ecosystem. So Fabrizio, let's be honest. You are based in Trieste, that is the city of science. You are part of this fantastic ecosystem. So your job should be extremely easy. So translating research into business should be extremely easy for you. Is it like that or not?
Absolutely, yes. It's really easy, it's straightforward, it's no obstacles in doing that. That was my politically correct part of me, right? Actually, it's a very difficult job. Here in this region and in this part of the region, the percentage of researcher over labor force is very high. It's really near the percentage we do have in San Francisco, in Silicon Valley, in Japan. So actually, we have a lot of research and we have a lot of research results. But when we look at numbers, yes, we have done a good job in the last year because we nurtured the ecosystem, so we make the momentum going on, and we develop a lot of startups. It was 160 startups in the last 4 years, actually. This is a good number compared to Italy, but we should do a lot better, actually. A lot and a lot and a lot better. I think we can raise and establish a lot of more startups. 160 means that, let's do some calculation. Rough 50% of these 160 is coming from the research world. So for each year, we have 20 startups per year coming from the research world. And since we do have excellent research, it is really a lower number, really, really low. So we must increase this number. How can we do that? Okay, now the ecosystem is starting working. We are working together. RSN Spark, Innovation Factory, University, MIB, business schools. So we are building the ecosystem. We start to see the number increase in the short term. But actually what is missing still now, even if we are working on that, is the culture of entrepreneurship. So again, it's a matter of putting in contact all the research world with the entrepreneurial ecosystem. That's very, very important. So I must cite Marco Gucek at the beginning, say that at MIB, at the beginning, someone asked him, who want to be an entrepreneur? And he didn't raise his hand. So how many of you want to be an entrepreneur?
Question for the students. How many of you would like to be an entrepreneur one day?
Only one.
Having your own business?
2. Okay. So it's a small percentage. And again, it's a matter of culture, because in Italy, we think that you are born an entrepreneur. You cannot become an entrepreneur, and it's not true. You can become an entrepreneur. So you can study, you can do research, but if you talk to an entrepreneur, you can understand that could be a road for you to become an entrepreneur and establish your company. I should tell you a short story about, it was very strange. It was a big conference in Arendsens Park like 5-6 years ago, and it was Ken Morse here in Italy from MIT Business School. And the first line, it was very official, very institutional, so it was the president of the region. There was a lot of people standing in the room, and the first line was, he was referring to Ari and say, okay, I must give you an advice. You in Arendsens Park should break the law. I say, oh, what? I was like red, purple, then completely white. So you are not supposed to say anything like this in Italy. No. Let me state again. You must break the law of child labor in Italy. Again, there was the president of the region say, okay, I must leave the room. You cannot say that. But when he explained it, it was very clear. He said, all the entrepreneurs should bring their children to the companies in order to understand what a company looks like, what a company works, how a company works. That's very important. So this was very provocative, right? But if you go to a higher level, okay, you must study entrepreneurship in university. It's very important. You must do that in the business school. There is incubator and accelerator that are doing training on how to become an entrepreneur and how to manage a good startups. That's very important. But the next step, in my opinion, is trying to spread the entrepreneurial culture all around the school. So we must talk to other faculty, other departments in the university, not only innovation management department, economy department, they are dealing with that. But we must talk to other people, to engineers, to mathematics, to statistics, to biologists, to other people that can have an idea and make it work in order to make them understand that they can build their own company. The president of the region a couple of days ago said that in university there is a lot of people that are studying for a work that does not exist yet. And I should add that the work does not exist yet, even because a small percentage of that number can create their own jobs. So it's a very important topic, and I think that this is a key obstacle that if we remove this kind of obstacle, we can really put all of our services and all the ecosystem at disposal of the people who wants to become an entrepreneur.
Thank you, Fabrizio. It was really, really inspiring. Now I have a question for Mitja Rudzer. Mitja Rudzer is the author of this book that is Startup Branding Funnel. You can find it even in Amazon. I have the 15% of the sales, actually. And my question for you is the following. We spoke about different drivers of growth of startups, money, actually, first, and many others. Policies, of course. We didn't mention marketing strategies and especially branding strategies because we start also from the assumption, we all read Philip Kotler, we all read, the book on your marketing myopia and so on and so forth, that marketing and branding is something for the big firms, right? It belongs just to that word. Startups shouldn't care too much about marketing and branding. But you wrote a book to, let's say, re-put branding at the center of the process. So can you explain us how it works and how startups can manage actually internally, externally branding? Thank you.
Okay. Well, actually, this was the point, let's say, the hypothesis with which we started about 3 years ago, when in general, like you explained, especially in this part of the world, branding was perceived as a domain of larger companies. But at a certain point, we felt that due to many changes, especially ICT, this globalization, that is becoming also an issue, a very important issue, a crucial issue of success for many startups, not just bigger companies. So the second important hypothesis was whether the right product, finding the right product market fit derived from this all approaches of lean methodology and so is enough to succeed. Well, starting with this, let's say two hypotheses, if the brand is also a domain of startups, we started to embark, let's say, a journey of preparing an approach, let's say, reasonable and usable to startups to use branding as their, let's say, core concept of differentiation. Well, we set a very challenging issue to start telling something usable as an academic to startups in the Silicon Valley, which is very challenging, I would say. And we decided to spend a few months ago traveling and validating this approach in different parts of the world and engage different successful startups from the Silicon Valley, from East Coast of America, from Asia, and so on, investigating and also validating the approach they propose. So we came to certain elements that continued to come out, and the perception that actually having the right product in today's hyper-competitive environment is not enough. So startups should tell something more, should tell their story, because actually today the modern consumers started actually to search for engagement. It's a matter of relationships. It's a matter of let's say, finding the brand market fit, we say, on the emotional level, okay? So this was actually the way how we started, and we investigated this successful startup, and coming back to the solution and to the basic question whether to do it alone or not. Well, basically, those really successful ones had to find some innovative combination of elements. Like you said, for ABC, it's a matter of approach. We call it a matter of the right combination of innovative elements to be successful, but you need to communicate. And what we realized also, that those successful ones started to find them first and then to communicate, and also in the communication level, they all the time had in front of them the customer. So not doing by themselves, but validating. As you validate your product, going out, like Steve Blank used to say, go out of the office, you can validate also the communication activities to match, to see and validate if you manage to make an interaction and engage your customer. So actually our approach, like we call it the branding funnel, it's a very iterative issue. So the things are not static. And what we realized that many startups that make this, let's say, the failure in the initial part start thinking about these visual things at start, which is wrong, which was a mistake. So they should start with finding their core competitive issue, which is a product, but from the start upgrading with this communicative, let's say, communication, which we called everything together a brand. And this differentiating advantage could be either culture, could be, let's say, communities. Nowadays are maybe also a core issue of the startup that makes the value, not just in terms of communication.
So you say, if I can ask, that startups, maybe they have a nice technical idea at the beginning, but they fail also to establish an emotional connection with the user since the beginning. It is something that big firms are really good in doing that, right? Establishing this emotional connection, but you said even startups should think at the beginning in establishing this strong emotional connection with the user.
Definitely, and this was seen many times also, especially these crowdfunding, let's say, platforms, that actually you sell something that doesn't exist yet. You sell a promise. You engage the potential customer on the emotional level of what you will deliver if you will manage to come to the end. Actually, it's about branding, and we said you communicate stories, and you need to find this fit. And bigger companies have, of course, some reputation that has built over time, and startups need to do it from scratch.
So it is, that's interesting, because you are saying actually this is exactly why crowdfunding platforms are successful, and they are able to sell, a promise actually, a product that doesn't exist even before that the product exists. And actually, I'm thinking now that if you think it is the same approach that Tesla has used for selling the last model, the cheap one. So actually, millions, and I see also one future customer of Tesla Model C. He's sitting in this room, actually, that booked in advance a Tesla Model C without actually seeing it, touching it. It was just a promise, but the emotional connection was so strong that they paid 1,000 euro in advance to have it, right?
So they managed to build this expectation of image, of let's say, some relationship with the potential customer that they are paying in advance even without seeing the model. You see, if a rational customer, it's hardly to find a real answer to these activities.
And that's the most interesting thing is that normally, you can sell, candies, using an emotional approach, but selling a car, wow, that's quite nice, interesting story to be told, right?
Maybe just a final, let's say, advice, really coming back from your initial question, is for those startups, especially technical, let's say, guys that have these inventions or new ideas, try to bring on board or let's say to engage some people who have these marketing skills, and that maybe in a team to harmonize these, let's say, different roles in a team, because it's hardly to really pay, and that even advisors will hardly help them to find these unique elements. This should come from inside out, and maybe with some support of some external advisors or with our other book may come faster and cheaper to
Thank you so much. I would like to start the second round that will be shorter and faster than the first, so very quick answer, and maybe leave the floor to a couple of questions at the end. So very flash answers. The first is, again, for Mr. Boris Golob, that is the following. We talked a lot about innovation policies and their effectiveness, right? And in your CV, I read also that you are an expert evaluator for Horizon 2020 and especially for the SME instrument. So now I would like a honest answer from you, transparent. How much are these tools useful to trigger and to support innovation in small and medium-sized companies? Because we are not talking about big firms, but SMEs. Thank you.
I will simplify things for the sake of the argument and won't be politically correct. So basically, you have a lot of funds, EU funds, regional funds, cross-border funds, and you have SME instruments. You get what you pay for. This big pile basically pay for alignment with strategies, with policies, with priorities. So you have a lot of blah, 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 and you pay for a lot of blah, 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 and you end with how to achieve sustainability, and like a huge proof of sustainability is like signing the memorandum of understanding, which is not really very sustainable things. And on the other side, you have the SME instrument, which is SME instrument, which is adjusted to customers. So it's like adjusted to SMEs, which for them to apply, they don't need to understand any strategy, any priority, any politically correct thing. They actually need to show that they can make money in the future and then get money. So this is very, very different type of call, which at least got a lot of traction, and I think that it will create a lot of actually real value compared to other calls, which are nice, and some part of my paycheck also come from those calls, but SME instrument is really no-nonsense call compared to any other call. So it's extremely different, extremely efficient, and it brought some extremely good and valuable stuff. in short.
Yes, I must confess that I totally agree with you about the SME instrument. That is really an effective tool. Yes, it was a provocative question, but I totally agree with your answer.
So yes, Google SME instrument if you want to become an entrepreneur and have an idea. And if you are a startup, okay, you are not in the best position for the SME instrument because you need to prove that you can deliver.
Yeah.
But yeah, Google it, it's a great call and you don't need to be politically correct, just show the money and you will get the money.
Yeah, thank you so much. Edin, part of your activity deals also with education, so education of startuppers, of young people, etc., etc. So, in a certain way, we can say that you are, fighting the brain drain also in your region, avoiding that young, promising people leave the region for example, for the U.S., for following Alesh in the U.S. So, my question for you is the following. Do this ecosystem that is made by entrepreneurship programs, incubation programs, accelerators, ideas competitions, do they represent a real and concrete way for stopping or alleviating the phenomenon of brain drain or not? Can we really do something for our students, our young students, thanks to these activities?
Yeah, I passionately believe that we can do that through our initiatives. I believe that if you are sophisticated on those markets, you are marginalized because it's so hard to find the good employers. There is no employers like Google or some other companies really attracting the talents. So we are limited to some certain positions, especially in our small economies. It's so hard to build a career on those markets. And of course, there is exceptions, but they are exceptions. So personally, I've been working with some UK companies a lot, because some of my companies has been doing stuff there. And I've been working in the Google Campus London. And that was amazing, I love lean things. I really trying to live by that. But when I saw what physical space can do for the people, and when you have, group of really creative, smart people, and when you are not alone, as you are alone, when you are a pioneer or entrepreneur here in these countries, amazing things emerge. So, I said maybe this is the thing, which will, help me to stay there, or maybe to leave if we are not going to build that in Sarajevo. So we built it, 1,300 square meters, Google-like building, the center of the city. We are providing 90% of everything free of charge. We just want everybody's coming, to get the hooked there. And so the trend is already happening. Few of the best really developers came to networks from some IT outsourcing companies. We have strong outsourcing industry there. And I've been a little bit scared when I met the CEO of that IT outsourcing company. And he said, "Oh, you're stealing my people." And I said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, but they left." No, he said, "I'm joking, I'm so happy that they stay in Bosnia. Because usually they will move somewhere in Germany, usually, from our country, And the thing is, I believe people are not going there just because of the money, but because of, opportunities. And also, they don't have a space to grow there, really, to build their career. So I think entrepreneurship is the answer to so many of issues that we are facing, empowering individuals, creating more influence individuals that can influence the policies, employment, satisfaction in the life, and all great things, really coming from that independence. So the more opportunities we create, more infrastructure, I think it will be better.
So even a place can make a difference at the end.
Yeah, I believe. And also, the Alesh and ABC Accelerator helping a lot, to encourage us, there is just few people working with the startups there, but their support and also the whole infrastructure they are building, will, give example and give proof, to that people that it's worth staying there. And I believe building startup is much cheaper in Sarajevo than in Berlin or somewhere else. So you have better chance of succeeding,
Thank you so much. Antonio, final question for you. We talked for almost 2 days about policies, and our aim was also to encourage policy transfer among countries. But in your experience, can policies be transferred as best practices or not? Are we just wasting time, actually?
Well, I think not. But it's about the terminology again. Policy transfer is something else, and then you have policy learning, which is again something else. So let me elaborate. Policy transfer means you're just copy-pasting. But policy learning means cooperation where you expose yourself to new knowledge and learn something and adapt that new knowledge to your environment, let's call it like that. So policy learning, in my opinion, is always useful, precisely because we live in a complex society, global society, and policies are increasingly becoming more complex, or maybe they should be. But for policymakers, I think today we heard about evidence-based policy making. That's also kind of an old concept now, because there is another one, the emerging one that's called information-based policy making, which means that in complex systems you cannot really predict what will work, because systems are made of elements, and the impact comes from the interaction between different elements. And this is not something that you cannot really predict, and therefore you cannot benchmark it, you cannot really say that we will transfer something and we will have the same results. But if you get exposed to new knowledge, then there are chances that you are going to have better policies. And let me just mention an example about education for entrepreneurship. We just recently did a study, a research and a report on how policy for entrepreneurial education is dealt with across the European Union. And you would be surprised that maybe just 1 or 2 countries actually consider that as a priority. So this information for Europe should be very important, because we are not going to copy-paste, I don't know, or we shouldn't copy-paste US examples, but we should think about why is it like that in the European Union. So information-based policies and policy learning, I think that's the answer.
That's possible. Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Marco, before you were starting mentioning the fact that you are working closer and closer with big companies, with corporate entrepreneurship education, so launching, let's say, co-managing with them some corporate entrepreneurship program. And I saw from your website that you are working also with a famous company that is Technogym. We all know that, because around our 40, 50 we start running again and again, because we start eating too much actually, and our metabolism is not even so good. So I would like you to spend some words on this program. How does it work actually? How were you able to contact Technogym and to start working together, from a practical side? Thank you.
Well, first of all, let's say that Technogym is one of the first partner of H-Farm that started to adopt this approach in order to search innovation outside the company and looking for innovation within the startups ecosystem. And the interesting point here is that Technogym has an important vision, that is that the company wants to go to the consumer, and they don't want to be considered as the company that built the gym equipment, but not only. They have a sort of wellness concept that it refers to sport, to fitness, to wellness, to the personal health, and starting from the kids. And so this is the reason why they started to look for startup in the digital space that were developing innovative solutions for the wellness and fitness. And so they work with us in order to structure an accelerator program. So basically, the Kubernetes Accelerator is a corporate accelerator that has the aim to scout and select 5 startups per edition. These startups are selected by H-Farm and Technogym together. And once we select this startup, they take part to this 4-month program, as I mentioned you before. And they are supported mainly by H-Farm. We host the teams here in our headquarters. We provide them accommodation, we provide them food, and we provide mentorship and support during this 4-month program. But at the end, the real investor here is Technogym. Technogym is the actor that provides them the first seed investment during the program, and they monitor the growth and the progress of the startup during this process. And at the end, the founder of Technogym, Nerio Alessandri, meet the startups at the end of the 4-month program and decide which are the startups where to invest an additional amount, and to decide which are the startups that they could find some synergies, kind of collaboration, and any other way to collaborate with them. And this is very useful in order to integrate the existing product offer. And I'm speaking about this program because it was very successful, and until now we have managed 3 editions, and we accelerated more 15 startups.
Oh, wow.
So, and in 7 of them, Technology proceeded with a follow-on investment. So this is something pretty successful, and it's also successful for the startup because this allows to fitness startup to work with one of the most important fitness partners in the world, I think.
That's really interesting because it reminds me of what Nicola Redi was saying yesterday when he cited actually work done by Alberto Di Minin for the European Union, when Alberto said actually the real protagonists, the real orchestrators of open innovation ecosystems, they are big firms, not small firms, but big ones. And so that's really a concrete example of that. Get ready, because one day or another your business model will be destroyed. I'm sorry to say that, even to Fabrizio, because actually this is actually what ABC wrote in its own page. So they say accelerators, as we know them today, will eventually stop existing. So get ready for that. But now, Alex, I'm asking you, so what will be the business model of tomorrow's accelerators? How do accelerators need to reinvent themselves today?
No, I think that what H-Farm is doing is actually very much in line with this. They started with one business model and now they are moving towards a different one connected to the big corporations. And the reality is this is something we had in mind when we said that normal business accelerator models are not going to work. So maybe to start, most business accelerators copy the model of Y Combinator in Silicon Valley. Y Combinator is the accelerator which supported companies like Airbnb, Dropbox, I think Twitter also, maybe Uber, for sure Dropbox and Airbnb. And only and they provide some sort of services and some small amount of money and a lot of business advice in exchange for an equity stake. So the equity stakes that Y Combinator owns, by some estimations, are worth around $20 billion. So the reality here is that the business model for the accelerators, if you try to mimic Y Combinator, you will be looking for the creation of huge unicorn companies, and your own accelerator will then become a unicorn company like Y Combinator. Well, the reality is somewhat different. Most of the accelerators that we follow, that we know exist, actually 90% of the accelerators are not successful in this business model. Most of the accelerators don't have enough exits to support their own existence. Most of the accelerator programs that we are aware of are publicly financed. So there is something clearly wrong with the whole idea of copying the success of Y Combinator. And I think what H-Farm is doing is for sure very interesting and a step in the right direction. Big corporations, big companies have been late to come on this startup revolution, or some people would say startup hype. But these days, they are very much active. They buy startups, they invest into programs like H-Farm, they are working with them, they are reinventing themselves with the help of the startup ecosystem and the startup tools and the startup methods. So what we are seeing here is that the way that these old accelerators used to work, and in reality they didn't even work then, is going to change, probably in the direction that H-Farm is already going to. And just to conclude my thought, even Y Combinator is not calling themselves an accelerator anymore. They are calling themselves a VC fund with some sort of business development services, but they prefer not to be called an accelerator.
Thank you so much, Aleš. That was really, really inspiring. Fabrizio, actually, despite being, you know, an incubator and also accelerator, First Mile Accelerator, you also gave birth to 2 spin-offs, right, in Innovation Factory. So actually, you try to replicate your business model into other regions, and actually, we could call them Italian developing regions, so poorer regions. So my question for you is the following. How much, to what extent, is the business model of an incubator or an accelerator transferable in another region? Is that so easy, or what are the main difficulties?
Again, it seems easy, but it's not. I mean, Calabria Innova and Basilicata Innovazione was very successful. So we reach our target and we actually transfer our business model, not only the business model about the incubator, the accelerator, but the whole ecosystem of innovation that are developing these last 30 years in these 2 regions. Actually, again, it's very, very delicate when you think of transfer a business model in another context. So probably Calabria and Basilicata was a success for us because we tried in another region some years before, and actually it was really a disaster. It didn't work at all.
What was the reason?
The reason,
Can you say?
We understand after that, after we tried to do this transfer, the reason was that we made a bad cut and paste. So we copy what we were doing here. We had the product, we had the format, and we take the format and we put in another region. And it didn't work because the other region has a context, an ecosystem, some actors that was completely different from ours.
Yeah, that's interesting because it reminds me when I started doing this job, it was many years ago now, that there was a program, the first research project I was working in, that was, let's transfer Italian industrial districts in Brazil. So that was the name. The how was, okay, we'll find out. But let's transfer the model of industrial district in Brazil. And it didn't work, of course.
Of course. So that was really the reason why it didn't work. But, you know, as any startups in the world, you fail and, you know, there is a beautiful line. I never lose. Or I win or I learn. So after this failure, we learn what was wrong. And we try to understand how to break into many pieces our formats, understand why this format works here, what's the relation between the many pieces of this big puzzle between in the equation, and then we go to this region, we do an assessment of what was already existing in the region, what was the strength point, the weaknesses, and we try to put together in this big puzzle again. So we built together with the region what was their format, and we leave that format there. So again, we made a mistake that's very usual in the startup. We have the product, we don't understand the customer. So we sell our product, but the customer was not happy. So we understand the needs in the second round in Calabria and Basilicata, and we fixed that.
Adapted to the local needs. Thank you so much. Very last question, and then we are over, and we'll have the lunch, and then the visit at the Grotta Gigante, the cave, and also at the Elettra synchrotron. For Mitya, actually you are also an educator, right? So you have seen so many students Actually, you seem really young, but you are not, to be honest. So you have seen so many students in your life. So my question for you is the following. You teach entrepreneurship. So have you seen some changes in their attitude toward risk? So these guys that we have in front, do they risk more? Do they want to risk more or not today? What did you observe?
I do the same exercise in the last 10 years, where I'm teaching entrepreneurship in different locations around Europe, and I'm always starting with the same question: how many of you would like to start their own company? And in these 10 years, the positive thing is that the number of hands is increasing. Okay. The interesting point is that there are more and more women, or let's say, also see themselves as entrepreneurs, which is also positive. But on the other side, I feel personally that this is a kind of thing, because now it's startups and being a founder, co-founder, it's a little bit fancy, and this is a little bit a kind of a trendy issue. Okay. Okay, this is one part of the story. The other part of the story is, at least as I see it in Slovenia, it's that risk and failure is a consistent part of entrepreneurial culture, but that our environment, especially Slovenian ones, has matured over the last years, and also those risks and failures are starting to be accepted as part of the process. It's not just exit, success, money, revenues. It's like failures, bad nights, a lot of work, and so on. It's all this dark side of entrepreneurship, which is statistically much higher probability to happen than the success, and so on and so on, the positive thing. So this is, I would say, the maturity of, let's say, the culture of entrepreneurship, and I would say Slovenia has not a long tradition of entrepreneurship, but it's maturing. And this, let's say, desirability of entrepreneurship, it's nowadays very high, especially in Slovenia. The IGA report shows it's one of the biggest in EU and also in the world. It's more than 94% of young people see themselves as entrepreneurs. Wow. But of course, now maybe we should catch the positive things of this trend, which so many institutions, that maybe to transfer this positive, let's say, desirability into activities, into actions, into new enterprises. And this is maybe also a big challenge for us educators at universities, where we try really to stimulate fast failures and, let's say, testings, real cases, going into the environment and starting to work with contacts, real cases. Okay, this is...
Thank you so much. So, students, you have understood. Roll up your sleeves, because you will have to work and love to create your own job, okay, and your own career. I want to thank so much all the guests of this roundtable, that is not round actually, but you know, it was a very interesting roundtable. I really ask for an applause for all of you, because it was really interesting. Thank you so much for your time, dedication in answering to my sometimes silly questions. Now we have the lunch that is prepared in this direction, and then we will move with the bus to OGS, to the caves, and then to electrosynchrotron. And we will conclude this evening. The meeting point is at 8 in Piazza Unità d'Italia, and we will go together at the Adriatic Yacht Club. No, wait a minute, because I said for sure something wrong, because Cristina is coming. Okay, but we will have our blue, you know, blue Pacino. Okay, in front of the City Hall, that is the main, you know, building, you know. So if you have your back, you know, to the sea, you know, the main building you have in front, this is the City Hall. We will meet there at 8, and then we will move to the Adriaco for the very last dinner. Not the famous one, but the, you know, the Pacino one. Okay, thank you so much to all of you. Thank you again.
You got inspired by the table.